We're going to go ahead and start in just a sec as soon as we get folks settled. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call the City of Vacaville General Plan Steering Committee meeting for July 21st to order. Mary, roll call. Here.
Vice Chair Reeves.
Here.
Committee Member Prim.
Here.
Committee Member Johnson.
Here.
Committee Member Lamar.
Here.
Committee Member Nagasti.
Here.
Committee Member Sukonen.
Here.
Here.
Committee Member Wilson.
Here. All right, sounds like everybody's here. Thank you. Do we have any communications tonight? I didn't see anything.
No communications.
All right, thank you. I'd like to call for approval of the meeting summary from April 14th, 2011. Committee Member Krim?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, seeing none, that carries. I'm going to go ahead then and call for business from the floor. So this is anything that is not on the agenda for tonight. It is your opportunity to speak about it.
Hello, Peter Bleeker. So I just wanted to mention one thing related to City Council that may bear on the stuff you discuss later. And that is that as a result of this economic summit, although I forget if that's the exact name, at its last regular meeting, the council voted to pursue a study with the goal of reducing developer impact fees. And so that, since the goal of the study seems to be to reduce those fees, that is likely to have a bearing on some of the things that you're going to be discussing later, like, for example, traffic and some of the others. So just be aware that's happening. That's all I wanted to mention.
All right, thank you, Peter. Any other business from the floor? All right, we're going to go ahead and close that out then. And we will move on to a status update of the general plan process and land use alternatives.
Thank you. Just for the members of the audience, my name is Joanna Jansen. I'm an associate principal at the Planning Center DC&E, the lead consultant for the general plan update. We have, since we last met, the City Council has approved 3 land use alternatives for consideration. They were slightly different than the 3 land use alternatives that this committee last saw. Since receiving City Council approval on those 3 alternatives, we are currently underway with an alternatives evaluation workbook. This will consider the impacts of the 3 land use alternatives for both the citywide focus areas and the 2 growth areas, the Northeast growth area and the East of Leisure-Town Road growth area, in a variety of topics such as traffic, infrastructure, public services, agricultural resources impacts, biological resources, and we anticipate having that workbook will be completed and published in late August, and we will be back here to discuss the findings of that alternatives evaluation with you and with the community in 3 meetings starting on Thursday, September 8th, and then the 2 following Thursday evenings.
Any other updates?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and committee members, wanted to give you just a very quick update that we're doing outreach amongst other agencies and also community groups with the general plan update. And Tyra Hayes and I actually did a presentation to the Solano Irrigation District, I believe it was last month in June, to give them an overview of where we're at with the general plan update, and also to let them know about our 3 alternatives that we're preparing and what the different options are regards to the agricultural buffer that we'll talk about later on in the agenda. But just want to let you know this is a critical phase where we're, once the alternatives are out and they're out for public review, it's also important that we reach out to other responsible agencies like SID, the county, and so forth, Vacaville Unified School District, to let them know what's out there and get their comments. So we'll be going back to them once the alternatives workbook is out. We will be going back to that board of directors of SID to get their input. So that's all I have to report in addition to what Joanna had.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead, unless there's any committee member comments or questions, we're going to move on then to the overview of the process to develop policies and actions. And I'm assuming that's back to you again.
Yes, thank you. I have a few slides to explain the process of developing the policies and actions for the general plan update. As you can see on this slide here for the overall general plan process, this slide makes it look like a bit of a linear process. In fact, we are still underway on the alternatives evaluation that I just described a few minutes ago, but tonight we are beginning a new task, which is the development of goals, policies, and actions for the general plan. So for the next few months, we're going to be doing these two tasks somewhat in parallel, which is appropriate because obviously the decisions that your committee makes and the City Council makes about land use alternatives are very closely interrelated with the types of policies and actions we want to see in the updated general plan. So specifically for the goals, policies, and actions task, we are going to have a community workshop. That's coming up on Saturday, August 20th. We're going to be trying a Saturday workshop this time and see how that affects the turnout. We're hoping that makes it easier for folks to participate rather than a weeknight. So we're going to try a Saturday workshop and see how that goes on August 20th. We'll be asking the community for their input on the policy issues facing Vacaville and what some of the options we should be considering might be. A similar type of discussion as the one we're going to have here tonight with you. Then our next step will be to draft preliminary goals, policies, and actions at the staff and consultant level. And once we have what we think is a pretty good list of options for you to consider, some of those may be mutually exclusive, others may work well together. We'll bring those back to you at 2 steering committee meetings to review possible policy actions and actual wording. And then we will, once we have your direction on those, we will be incorporating those into the draft general plan. And again, you have, I believe, 3 meetings to review the draft general plan. So we are going to have a lot of discussion about these policies. It's very appropriate since those are really the meat of what the general plan update is. And I also want to be clear that we think that there are many policies in the current general plan that are working pretty well. We think that many of them will be carried forward. We think many of them may just need a little bit of cleanup or clarification in their language. And so we're not going to be bringing every single policy in the general plan to you. We don't think that all of them need your detailed attention, and frankly, we don't have the time in these meetings that we have together to go through line by line every policy in the general plan. So that's not our goal with the policy task here, but rather our goal is to identify those places where policy guidance is lacking in the general plan, where it's very vague, or perhaps there may be conflicting policies, or where some issues have come up since the last general plan was adopted that really need a lot more discussion. So tonight is our first meeting where we're really trying to hone in on what those issues are, and those are the issues that we're going to be really asking you to give your time and attention to as we move forward with the rest of the goals and policies task. So that's it for the update, unless anybody has questions.
Thank you. Any committee member questions? Okay. I guess we will go then right into item 7 then, which is the steering committee discussion on policy issues. And the first item is the agricultural buffer. And even though it's not laid out that way on the agenda, I think probably what we're going to do is we will do the individual agenda item, then we'll ask for public comment on that particular agenda item, rather than doing all of the items and then doing that hodgepodge of comment. It'll probably work a little bit better. It'll enable you to focus on the issues, I think, a little bit better. So I will turn it back over to you then for item 6A, which is the agricultural buffer.
Great. The agricultural buffer is currently established in the east of Leisuretowne Road area. It goes, I think, from the railroad tracks up to Loch Padden. It is a 500-foot wide buffer, and it's set right now 1,000 feet east of Leisuretowne Road at the edge of what's called the urban service area boundary. This buffer is established by the master water agreement between the city and the Solano Irrigation District, and the purpose of the buffer is to separate agricultural uses from residential uses. I think for obvious reasons, there's a lot of necessary activities that go on in agricultural land: spraying, disking, noise, fumes, dust, that can create nuisances if they were to be right next to residential areas. And so we frequently in California see these conflicts between as residential areas grow into agricultural areas, then the cities start receiving complaints from residents about the various nuisances that they perceive from the agricultural uses which have been there all along. And so buffers are a pretty common tool for communities like Vacaville that do have active agriculture around their urban edge, and they are, just as their name says, intended to buffer those two uses which can potentially conflict. What we are talking about tonight is that we are, as you know, considering potential land use changes in the east of Leisuretowne Road area. Any development farther east than 1,000 feet would require an amendment to the master water agreement. And as part of that amendment, we are probably going to be talking with SID about the buffer, specifically three aspects of the buffer: its location, where the buffer itself is located; its width, whether it maintains its current 500-foot width or gets narrower or wider; and then what uses are appropriate within the buffer. Obviously, agriculture is not an acceptable use because that can't be right next to the housing. Housing is not an acceptable use because that can't be right next to the agriculture. But what can go in that space that would be not something that would impact the farmers, but also not something that would negatively affect the residents right next to the buffer. So those are the kinds of questions that we want to talk about with you tonight. Currently, the buffer would allow things like stormwater detention basins. I believe tree farms are an acceptable use. One of the uses that is potentially in question is whether or not there can be any uses that would bring people into the buffer area. Some people think that the buffer area might be a great spot for sports fields or parks or trails. Others think that there shouldn't be any people in the buffer because those people could experience hazards or nuisances from the agricultural uses, and that would defeat the purpose of the buffer itself. So that, in a nutshell, is the question with the agricultural buffer. It is something that we need to talk about because it's kind of up for question as the city and SID consider renegotiating the master water agreement.
All right, thank you. Before we do the public comment period, I want to open it up to the committee members. And for the committee members specifically, what we're looking for tonight is not guidance on the issues. We're looking for input from the committee members, very much as we're looking for input from the community as a whole as well. So if we could look at it in that context. So based on that, do any of the committee members have any input on the ag buffers? I know we've talked about it before. All right, and we can always come back afterwards and do it after the public comment. All right, why don't we then go ahead and we'll open up this specific item to the public.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Tom Filippi Engineering. Of all the items that you're going to talk about tonight, this is the one we've spent quite a bit of time focusing on and talking about. And I was able to finally get with Tyra today, and there are 3 slides that she was able to download for me that I'd like to share with you about the agricultural issue. As you know, I represent the Jepson Ranch landowners group who own most of the land east of Leisure Town Road. And the three slides that I'll talk about a little bit here for you, the three slides that I have, one deals with the property owners that we're talking about. So it's really important to start with the owners group. The last, that's fine. The map, of the owner's map, if you could, I appreciate that. That'll be my second one.
Okay.
And she was very busy today, and we didn't get a chance to hook up earlier, so I apologize for this. But all right, so this is our preferred alternative C for the land use group. And you see the bright green at the top of that. That is what we're showing as a proposed agricultural buffer. We've looked at this quite a bit. Our proposed agricultural buffer is 500 feet, which is the current city policy. And we have discussed this informally. I need to emphasize that, informally with SID, and tried to understand what the issues are. The issue that, as was discussed just a second ago, the big issue for SID is they are worried that development will come out and impact the farmers. Now, the interesting thing about every property east of Leisure Town Road except one, our clients, our property owners represent land and own land on the east side of the power lines and the west side. So we have a unique opportunity to address that issue. So if you could go, Joanna, you're very helpful, thank you. This is, again, the land use alternative, and the bright green, like I said, is the, okay, we'll do that one. There's one other one. This is our 500-foot buffer. Now, interestingly enough, 285 feet of that, no, I'm sorry, 385 feet of the 500-foot are those PG&E towers. Now, what's great about that is there is a physical, identifiable feature out there that we can all understand, okay, that's where the buffer ought to be. And we're suggesting of the 500 feet, 385 be underneath those power lines and 115 feet onto our side of the west side of the power lines into our development. Now, we're proposing, as we show here, we're proposing in that 500 feet, of course, the 385 that I'm talking about, and a linear trail along that area, as well as any parallel roads. When you have trails in this kind of environment, you like your roads to be paralleling your trails. That way, police and fire have good access to those, and it works out really well. So in the 500 feet, this is what the Jepson Land Use Group has proposed. And one of the interesting things in all annexations nowadays, when we talk about agriculture, we're trying to preserve agriculture. And so if there's development on agriculture land, there's an expectation. We did this in Southtown, and we'll be doing it in Vanden Meadows. There's an expectation that agricultural land will be preserved somewhere else, ideally right on the outside of that buffer. So what's interesting, there's one other slide, Joanna, and it's one that there we go, thank you. This represents the landowners group that I'm working with. The pinkish area are the ones where my clients actually own the land. The one green area is where they have an option to purchase the land. And you'll see the PG&E easement through there is where that buffer is supposed to be. Now, what we're proposing, we're hoping this general plan process will allow, is that if development occurs on the west side of the power lines, we would be dedicating and preserving agriculture on the east side through the purchase, basically, of development rights, so that forever there will be a large buffer, larger than would be typically obtained through this process. It's kind of a win-win, I think, in that you have the property owners are going to be allowed to develop, a buffer will be created, and then the permanent preservation of agriculture will be on top of that. So where there's a great fear that development will come up to the farmers, in every case except one, where Brighton Landing is, which is where that jog is, the property owners that we're working with own on both sides. So they can establish it, they can preserve it, and not impact any farmers. Now, we are working, the Brighton Landing folks are working with the property owners just on the east side of the power lines so that we can purchase the easement and put the buffer in place. We don't want to do it until we know that we're in the right direction. But we're be proposing to mitigate for agriculture on that property as well. So we're working on that right now. When we did the preservation of agriculture with the Southtown project, land was purchased in the east part of the county, but not right up against the property line or the city limits. So a boundary wasn't really created, even though we followed through with what we needed to do. In this particular case, we have an opportunity that is really second to none in terms of creating a defined area. City of Vacaville will likely not ever go that way. There won't be the potential merger of Vacaville and Dixon in the future. So we think this is a really good proposal. We've been working on it for a long time. As I've mentioned to this committee a couple of times, we've been working as a landowners group for 7 or 8 years. We've had meetings with SID. We think we understand. And as Joanna indicated, the idea of detention basins is the ideal use in that buffer area. And SID likes that, at least in preliminary discussions we've had with their staff. The reason is that you don't get many people out there. There's a great use that we can use for detention and drainage. You're all familiar with that area. It's flat as a pancake. There's no way to drain the area very well. Elmira has flooding issues. Several areas have flooding issues in that area. And we would be building detention basins in that buffer. So because the slope of the land, what little slope there is, slopes in a southeasterly direction right towards, from the development, right towards that area, we can control and maintain the water, pump it out at a defined rate, and significantly improve drainage in the area. So again, another win in the win-win-win-win-win scenario. So we really think it's a great idea. For example, in our initial calculations for the Brighton Landing, we have a detention basin proposed, and we're talking about reducing peak flows by 40%. Typically, you're hoping to get a 10%, I mean, that's pre-development flows, reducing it by 10% with development and detention. We're talking in this particular case of 40% reductions in flow. And so we're going to significantly improve downstream flooding that occurs in Elmira and some of the other places, and create a buffer that the farmers, I think, can live with, because people don't go into detention basins. They're preserved, they're maintained, the maintenance is paid for by the development through LLDs, lighting and landscape districts, and those kinds of things. So they're paid for, they're maintained, and there's not people there, and there's not the conflicts that occur. And we'll edge it with a beautiful linear trail. And that's our proposal. I'm really here to answer any questions you might have about that.
Yeah, Tom, I got a question.
Sure.
It appears, just based on recent things that have come from SID, that they don't want anything in there that has any human activity. And I know you've got parks and things like that. So this appears to be in conflict with that.
No, we're not. We're proposing detention basins in that area. We had initially, in some of our initial discussions, we had proposed things like soccer fields and community parks and community gardens and those kind of things. But it became clear in our discussions with SID that you're exactly right. They don't want human activity in the buffer because, again, that's where spraying occurs and those kinds of things.
Can you put up the second slide? Doesn't your, unless I'm misunderstanding it though, are you saying then that the concrete sidewalk and the linear park, is that beyond the buffer?
No,
it appears to be within the buffer.
Well, we have 385 feet of pure buffer.
Yeah, and I see that.
All right, we have 300, and then an additional 115 feet, which, I'm sorry, is road and a linear park.
Yeah.
But the 385 feet is pure buffer, which would be the detention basins and those kind of things. Remember, there have been discussions whether 300 feet is enough or 500 feet is enough, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And what we're suggesting is it be 500 feet so that there's no residences in that 500 feet, that 385 of that be pure buffer, the other 115 be the edge that you can plant large trees that could help with the overspray and some other things. So I apologize, I did misspeak. 115 feet, we are talking about a small linear trail.
All right.
But the 385 would be the pure buffer. And then, like I said, there is discussion about whether it be 300 feet or 500 feet, and we think this is our compromise, if you will, 500 feet.
Are you thinking that it should follow the transmission lines as well, or?
Absolutely. That's our proposal. That transmission lines is ideal. Again, the 385 is the easement width of those transmission lines.
Right.
That is the easement width that exists right now. There are 2 easements totaling 385 feet. And then we're going to take another 115 feet. And then on top of that, on the east side of the power lines, on the east side of that 500 feet, we will be doing agriculture preservation purchases of development rights. So there will be a well-defined, significant buffer wide area where there will be no development now or in the future.
All right, and I see that, I think we've got 2 other questions over there, then Committee Member Johnson, and then we'll do Committee Member Suakonin. Did you guys have questions? Your lights are on.
Tom, is there a reason why you haven't moved that buffer further to the east to allow maximum flexibility in what might...
As we've gone through this process, that's a great question. As we've gone through this process, there has been discussion about 300 feet on the west side of the power lines, on the east side of the power lines, underneath the power lines. What's better? We've talked about it as a group. We've talked with staff. We've talked to SID. And we felt like this was what we thought was a reasonable attempt at a middle of the road, where we're taking the power lines, as I said before, which are readily identifiable, and we're taking a little bit on our side of the ledger. And on our side of the ledger, we're putting in roads and a trail and detention basins underneath, and preserving on the other side. So it's, could we maximize? Yes, we thought about that. But we also tried to be good stewards and present what we think is a fair compromise in all of those various positions that I just mentioned that have occurred during our discussions. There have been discussions that said, well, we only need 300 feet. Well, no, it should be 500 feet. So ours, with the 385 and maybe some planting of large trees in the linear park, kind of does both. And it's our compromise, basically, our proposal.
Committee Member Suakonin?
I just wondered how PG&E feels about this. Has anybody gotten a feeling? Do they care?
PG&E, from our discussions, and they've only been relatively minor, PG&E doesn't care. But detention basins, as long as we don't impact their power lines, or in the summertime, those lines sag quite a bit. It's amazing how much they'll sag. And as long as we're not building something, electrolyers, things like that might get in the way of the lines, as long as we're keeping things clear and detention basins can do that, they don't care.
Committee Member Nadasny?
On the far eastern edge of to the very right there, does that correspond with the edge of your property owner's existing property, or do they also have property on the other side of the egg buffer still?
If we could show, no, not that one. Oh, shoot. All right, that one. You can see our property owners, you can see the PG&E easement, which is that 385, that little dashed line. It's a little hard to see, but it's labeled in 2 places, on the left side and the right side. Thank you, perfect. That's the 385 feet. Our property owners own on the east side by the amounts corresponding, several hundred feet, most of them out to Meridian, the Meridian Road that's sort of there and not there in places. But yeah, they own, in all cases, they own all the way out to Meridian or the railroad, except, as I said, where Brighton Landing is.
So then that other property that they own on the east side of the easement is actually likely to be undeveloped as well, because that butts up against the agriculture, correct?
Right. What we're doing, let me make sure I'm clear on what I'm saying. When we develop on the west side of the buffer, we would be required by LAFCO and city policy to preserve agricultural land somewhere else. And what we will do is preserve those areas that my clients control on the east side of the power lines. Now, it will be farmed. They'll probably lease it out to a farmer.
Got it. I get it.
But it will be preserved forever.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Committee Member Wolseley.
Can we go back to the other slide that showed the park?
That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
thank you, Joanna.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. There's 175 feet from the right side of that power pole to, I guess that's the start of the linear park?
Yeah. Yeah, if you start all the way to the right, maybe it's an easier way. We start at the right, there are two easements.
Right.
A 210-foot easement, there are two power lines, two sets of power lines out there. So the one has one, and it's 210 feet, and then abutting that is 175. So the total of that, beginning on the right-hand side, is 385 feet. And that would be the edge of our linear park that we're going to say is going to be 50, 60 feet wide. There would then be a parallel road there, paralleling the linear park, and then residential development beyond that.
Okay, so my question would be, at that 385-foot mark, is that, looks like you're going to put a fence there to keep people from crossing that and...
Likely. Yeah, we haven't gotten into that much detail, but likely, and especially if under the power lines there's detention basins, which would require keeping people out. So yes, that's likely what we would have. Probably a rural-style fence, not a concrete wall or something like that. But yeah, there would be some kind of fence.
And so there were no, I guess, I'm sure you guys have thought all this through. There's no way to maybe move it further to, the thing I'm worried about is you're going to have a park there where people are going to be walking and playing and stuff, and the further away from the power lines, the better.
You know, I mean, we could always move it and make it a smaller, this is our idea. I mean, if the committee feels like we need, the power lines are not, I mean, they're huge, they're tall, they're not really in the way. I don't view those as a problem. And as a linear trail, we're talking about passive recreation, not football games and baseball games. It's a walk or a bike, something like that. So, I mean, that's part of what you as a committee and we as a city want to decide where that goes. This is our proposal.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, Tom, on that same note, and then I'll get to Commissioner or Committee Member Nadasdy. On that same note, what would happen then if you move the road over to where the park is and move the park over where the road is? I mean, just addressing that. I mean, does it make a difference?
Makes knocks to us. I mean, it
gets it farther away, and it would probably keep people more away from there because you got the road as a boundary.
Well, one of the things we have in the Brighton Landing layout, for example, is we have some homes fronting that road.
Yeah, so I see the residential.
It would
be nice if it fronted a park, wouldn't it? Or maybe not.
Well, actually, it creates difficulties in accessing those lots. So the way it is now, we can come out the front door and walk across the street and you're in the park. If you have the park there, then it has to be the back, and that's
so that's the front of the houses, not the back.
Correct.
All right, that is an issue then.
Yeah.
All right, I pull my question then based on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner or Committee Member Nadasdy.
Question for staff actually on this. So ultimately, regardless of which is sort of the preferred way to handle the agricultural land through the steering committee, SID has to help determine the final approval on this, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And I think Joanna mentioned at the beginning of the presentation mentioned the master water agreement, and maybe it would be good just to kind of remind the committee and the audience members what that is. And back in 1995, the city and Salona Irrigation District, or SID, entered into a long-term master water agreement. But it's not just about provision of water. There's also land use policies in there, which you might ask, why are there land use policies in a master water agreement? It is a little bit unusual, and it is what we have. Those land use policies do require that the existing growth boundary be no further east than 1,000 feet east of Leisure Town Road, and that there be a 500-foot wide ag buffer. Consideration of moving it farther east is subject to joint amendment of that master water agreement with SID, and as a part of that, we would consider widening that ag buffer and deciding its location. It's very important at the end of the day, when the City of Vacaville adopts its general plan, one of the first things that we will be doing is going to Solano Irrigation District and asking them to work with us to amend this master water agreement to allow us to move that boundary. And what we've started, and I mentioned that we made a presentation to SID in June, what we've begun is a dialogue with SID staff. We made a presentation to their board, similar to like what we're discussing right now, just to give them the background on the agreement and also let them know what different options are being considered in our preferred land use alternatives. And our goal would be that the preferred land use option that's selected by your committee later this year and that's forwarded to the council is an option that's supported not just by the City of Vacaville, but also Solano Irrigation District. And a key issue of that is, the uses within it are very important, but also where it's at. Is it on the east side? Is it straddling? Or is it all on the west side of that PG&E line? Our urban growth boundary goes up to the PG&E lines, so we don't have we don't anticipate having any jurisdiction over the lands to the east, which doesn't mean to say there can't be conservation easements on those lands to commit them to agricultural use. I know one issue or one fact is that Vacaville is surrounded by prime ag land. That's, our growth areas are, especially east of Leisure Town Road, most of that is class 1 and 2 soils. So our growth area is within prime ag land. We will have mitigation measures to mitigate that, as Tom mentioned, to have other lands acquired in some, in perpetuity basis to protect those other lands as ag land. The question is, how far east do we go? Where, if the buffer is to the east side of the PG&E lines, that does mean, or under the PG&E lines, that does mean that land which is now in active ag production and class 1 and 2 soils would be, if it's within the buffer, potentially removed from ag use, which, that's a choice. That is a choice. The other choice is that the ag buffer be all on the west side of the PG&E lines or straddling it. And I think the plan that Tom has prepared shows the buffer being both straddling the PG&E lines with a little bit on the west side with the park, the road, with the lands being placed in conservation easements on the east. I kind of rambled on here, but we don't have a recommendation for you tonight. I think our purpose here is to inform you that there's some decisions to make later on in this process. Where is the best place for that buffer? And we'll want to know, how does the committee have any strong feelings on that? And we'll be working with SID staff, hopefully coming up with a solution in coordination also with the property owners that are affected, something that can be agreed upon by all parties, because at the end of the day, when we're approving development out there, I anticipate development agreements that are going to have very specific standards there that we're all going to have to live by.
May I add something to that? We would totally agree with what she is saying about, SID, concurring in all this, and that's why we've had these preliminary meetings with staff regarding these issues. I might make mention in touching on what she has just said, as I've said 4 or 5 times now, and I apologize for being redundant, but our property owners own that agricultural land. So sometimes we talk about this like there's a dispassionate third-party farmer that's getting somehow displaced. And that's not the case. In this particular case, it's our landowners own on both sides. So it's, again, not something where we're impacting a farmer that's not part of the equation. In every case except one, as I mentioned, just east of Brighton Landing, our property owners own right up to the SID, or excuse me, the PG&E easement. So in every case, we have both sides. So when they talk about, well, you know, there's a potential impact to farming, well, I guess yes and no, because it's our property owners that are affected by that. So I think that's an important point that sometimes gets lost when we talk with SID and we talk with the city, because there's always this kind of nameless farmer that's going to be impacted. That's not the case. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. And we are, I mean, I need to just share this with you. My own personal philosophy is not to have these agricultural buffers, but we are recognizing and trying to be pragmatic in terms of the way development is nowadays. It is what it is, and there are the desire to have these buffers and rings so that cities don't bleed together, like where I grew up in Los Angeles, where the cities all bleed together. And I get that. I don't agree with it, but I get it, and we're proposing that. So, you know, we're trying to be pragmatic and, as I said, provide those kind of win-win-win scenarios that I think development and the community here, I'm a 34-year resident of this community, I think this is the kind of thing and the kind of pragmatic, reasonable, compromising approach that I think the community would like to see. That's what we've been talking about for 7 years. I don't always present what my plan is. I prepare and propose what I think is what the community would like, what my clients would like to see, city staff would like to see, SID. We try to work with everybody. We think we try to take all of the factors into account and come up with something that works economically, feasibly, reasonable, all those things.
All right. Committee member Nadasny, did you have anything? I see your light's on. Are you?
Yeah, I do, but it's for staff. Thanks, Tom.
More questions?
And no, I've got a question for staff as well. So
Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
Is it possible? I think that the 20-year urban service area boundary is the 1,000 feet in that land use contract with SID that you're referring to, correct? Is that the boundary of that? Is it possible to overlay that in some way so we can see how that aligns with what Tom's presented? So how much, just so we can see where that 1,000 feet mark is, just knowing.
I don't personally have the technology to do that now.
Even maybe at one of our, when we're studying this further,
I mean,
it would just be helpful to visualize that.
It's somewhere much.
I can address that. That road, that parallel road we have is about 1,600 feet.
So it would be
east
somewhere
of Leisuretown Road. So that
just
collector road
around
is
here,
at
maybe.
about 1,600 feet. So the 1,000 foot that you're talking about, which is 1,000 foot plus a 500 foot buffer, would end about 100 feet short of that parallel collector road. Does that make it clear?
It does. I just think when we're reviewing it, when we get to the point where we're having, getting to the decision point, I just think it'll become a critical discussion depending on how the discussions go with SID, et cetera. So I'd like to be able to visualize it.
Yeah, that 1,500 feet, which is 1,000 plus the 500 foot buffer, is about 100 feet down from that, and that's 1,600 feet.
And and some of these pretty visuals aren't to scale, and this I'm assuming is. So when we're flipping back and forth, I'm kind of going,
Yeah, well,
where's the line?
this one is to scale.
Yeah, I figured yours was.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to point out on
Good
this
point.
one,
Thank
the
you.
one that we just had up, it wasn't showing Leisuretown Road, so Leisuretown Road is kind of off the map there. So there you can see the area is a little bit bigger than what was shown on the other map. But when we get to the point of when we're doing those meetings and we've got the graphics of the preferred alternatives, I think when we have the slides up on the screen, I think it would be pretty easy for us to have some kind of an overlay or show you where that 1,000 foot is.
Yeah, Maureen, I got a question for you as well, because you had talked about the fact that essentially west of the PG&E lines, the city essentially controls that, but east of it, they don't. So if we had the urban service area boundary, I mean, is it the city's feeling that if we don't do that, that we won't have any control over that ag buffer, or am I not looking at it correctly? You understand what I'm trying to? I mean, let's say they went east of the PG&E lines. Would the city feel that? I mean, we don't have control over those lands, other than what Thomas said.
Right. So we have an urban growth boundary, which is actually different than the urban service boundary. The urban service boundary is the area within which we provide infrastructure and utilities. The urban growth boundary, which actually on this map is that green line that you see, that's what the council adopted back in 2008. So that's our future for the next 20 years out to 2028 in terms of our growth area. So that boundary goes up to the PG&E lines. We do not have, and we don't anticipate having any jurisdictional control outside that boundary unless it's changed or, until after the year 2028. So we can't have any urban uses there. Whether or not we can have
an ag buffer
there, I think that is an option. I mean, it is an option because it's in your workbook as an option.
Right. Is it a doable option, though?
It depends on what's in there. If it's ag land without any, let's just use the trails as an example. We wouldn't want to have a park trail system that's outside our boundary in terms of maintenance because it's in the unincorporated county area. The plan that we showed up there that showed the cross-section showed that pedestrian path being on the west side of the lines. So I agree with Tom in terms of there is the option, there's the possibility of having the lands on the east side of the PG&E easement placed in conservation easements and maintained in agriculture, but the city could not be a part of any land use authority on those lands.
Would those landowners have to enter into any kind of a long-term agreement or could, we turn around and say 6 months later, we decided we don't want to do that? I mean, what I'm trying to get at is it doesn't make any sense for the steering committee and the public to want to do something if it's something that isn't doable or enforceable or...
Typically what happens to preserve an area as ag land, either it's purchased by an entity and maintained as ag land, leased out as ag land, or the development rights are purchased and there's a conservation easement placed on it that limits the use to agricultural use. And there will be, as part of the future annexation process, I anticipate that we'll have policy in our general plan regarding preservation of ag lands, that it will require some kind of a ratio requirement, whether it's 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 for every acre of ag land that's developed, that there be other similar lands placed in conservation easements or acquired to preserve ag land. And that's what Tom was referring to with his map. So the city doesn't have to have jurisdiction over that. We would just want to make sure, as a part of the development approvals, that those conservation easements are in place, and they're in perpetuity. So they run with the land. So the landowner is essentially giving up their right to develop with any kind of urban uses. But it's up to the county to approve whatever's permitted under the zoning for agriculture.
Right. So what I gain from it, I guess, to put it in 10 words or less, that it is something that is doable if we felt that it should go east of the transmission lines.
That is an option.
All right. Vice Chair Greaves? Thank you.
I just wanted to point out that Mr. Filippi's diagram of the cross-section, based on what I'm hearing about Sid, and maybe you can clarify this for me, that wouldn't actually be a 500-foot buffer if we have that trail in there and the road as well. We'd really be calling it a 385-foot buffer. Is that?
Well,
did I understand what Sid will allow us to have in that buffer?
and just to be clear, in the end, it's what we want to allow in there, but it has to be something that SID is agreeable to. They are okay with a road being within the ag buffer. They are not okay with people-oriented uses. So a park, community garden, I'm trying to think of any other kind of, non-building type human-oriented uses. Those things would not want those in the buffer for the reasons that Joanna explained, because you still have the conflict there, you have overspraying and so forth. There may be an opportunity to have a passive recreational path like what is shown here, but we still want to build in, and again, this would be getting into details with a project. What is that interface there? You want to have some kind of a barrier, because we don't want to have those people trespassing or entering onto the ag use and creating that conflict. But these are the kind of details that we need to work out. What is our policy when it comes time to the specific plans? We'll have almost like a zoning level detail of what is allowed and what is not, and if a path is allowed, where is it? But from a basic policy standpoint, are we okay with a detention basins being in there? Are we okay with a pedestrian path if we can work out with Solana Irrigation District that it's somehow could be protected from the ag land to the east?
It's just that it's so close to being, you're really splitting hairs when you call it a path, a recreational path versus a park. You're really splitting hairs there. So that's just my only concern, and I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Committee Member Nadasti?
The only other consideration to your point about putting this further to the east is when we get out of the city jurisdiction, this compromise that Tom's proposing helps to enable those land use owners who do have property on the east side already to maximize doing whatever they want to do with that existing land. So that's just a consideration.
Yeah, agreed. Committee Member Wilkins?
My question is, does this discussion apply to the other alternatives, A and B? We've talked about Mr. Filippi's C. Does this apply to A and B?
The overall policy discussion does, but each alternative or each land use option shows the buffer in a different location and a different width. And Joanna will correct me if I'm wrong. I believe our lowest density alternative shows the buffer being entirely inside our urban growth boundary, so on the Vacaville side of the PG&E easement. And that's actually consistent with current policy, which is that buffer be within our general plan area. The second alternative, is that Tom's plan?
No, that's B.
Okay. The second alternative shows it,
I believe that it has, the alternative B has a, sorry about that, thank you. Is that the newsletter?
yeah, that's what I'm looking up right now.
There were copies of this newsletter. I don't know if you guys saw it. There was some out front, too, in the chambers. So alternative A, as Maureen was just noting, has a buffer completely inside the urban growth boundary. Alternative B has the widest buffer at 700 feet, wider than your current 500 feet. It straddles the urban growth boundary more or less evenly. And then alternative C is the one we've just been discussing, where the majority of the buffer is west of the PG&E, west of the urban growth boundary, underneath the PG&E lines, with a 115-foot strip on the east side. West side.
I guess the purpose of my question is, should our discussion be about the boundary as it would be for any of the alternatives? Because what we're spending time discussing this as relates to one alternative, and yet we have two others, and it's just a lot of discussion. So should we come down to what our policy is, for the buffer, and then go from there, recognizing that if we were to select alternative A, we'd be pulling back.
Right.
But the issue is that it would help in any discussions, I would think, in the future with SID and looking at these proposals. Because I just felt as I watched this unfold that we're spending a lot of time on one alternative.
Right.
And not recognizing the others.
Yeah, I think what we want to hear from you tonight are the questions that are in the page 4 of the memo that you received, and those I think would apply to any one of the land use alternatives. So we did hear Tom speak about his alternative, but if you wanted to talk about this in a more not tied to a specific alternative, I think that would be very useful and appropriate.
And just to chime in, when the committee is at the point of selecting an alternative, whatever policy is supported in regards to how wide and where the ag buffer is, that would apply to whatever the preferred land use option is. So I see you will be evaluating 3 very different land use options come September, but what your preference is in terms of where and what and how wide that ag buffer is, it could apply to any of those. It might require some revision to one of the alternatives, but again, that policy direction could impact the direction of the selected land use alternative. Hopefully that's clear.
Yeah, and then specifically to what you were talking about as far as the 4 questions, for those folks that don't have this, is how wide should the buffer be? And I know we've talked about that a little bit, but it's been germane, as Committee Member Wilkins says, to one alternative. What uses should be allowed within the buffer? Should the buffer be required adjacent to non-residential urban uses? And where should it be located? Inside the urban service area, in the agricultural service area, or straddling both? And I've got to apologize to the public. We got going on this discussion, and it continues to go. We have the public session still open. I've got one comment from Committee Member Johnson, and then maybe we can get back to the public again.
Okay. Thank you. I was hoping perhaps to hear from SID in this process, since they'll ultimately need to chime in. We've heard from the property owner. We've heard from Tom, who's worked with the property owners. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to hear from SID and maybe get a little more direction on what their issues are.
SID was aware we were going to have this discussion tonight. I don't see them in the audience, but again, we weren't looking for a decision of your committee tonight, but more input that we could then have as we go into the preferred alternative selection process. We will be going to SID later this summer and doing another presentation once the alternatives are out, and hopefully we'll get more input then. We also will be working with their staff, but I'm not expecting that they're here this evening to do a presentation to you.
I was just thinking from a procedural, because Maureen, what you said before is that we come up with our options, if you will, and then go to SID and they chime in. I'd rather have them involved in the process up front, so as we ask all these questions, size and what can fit in and all that they're on the same page, so that we don't have to redo, after we've already decided. So something to think about.
Yeah.
I will share with you at the meeting, I can share some of the comments that we heard. And again, we didn't receive any, the SID board did not give their staff any direction at that meeting in terms of input. We did hear some comments. One comment was, quite frankly, not supportive of development east of Leisuretowne Road, was shared by one board member. We also heard, I would say overall from the board, that they were They wanted to work very cooperatively with the city. I think they see, I feel pretty safe saying this, that as a board, they see the city deciding land use. They have no interest in what we do within our boundaries, so they really don't want to give input on what our land uses are. I think they would like to see us perhaps take a little bit of lead in terms of what do we want to do, so that we're the ones directing what we want to see before they provide input. And there may be some, I expect there to be some back and forth there, and it probably, we won't come to a final resolution on what the policy will be until probably a year from now when we do public hearings. Remember, we're at the very beginning of the process. We're talking about ideas, and our draft general plan won't be out for public review until about a year from now, next summer. So we have a lot of time to do that back and forth.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I know you've been trying to get up here for about a half an hour, so it's all yours.
All right. Chair, committee members, Jim Gillum representing the JLM Ranch property. Can you go back to the map of the overall area? I'd like to point out that property to you, and it's in the northeast. The overall, no, the one that you presented. We've talked a lot about the area east of Leisuretowne and the south of Loch Padden, but we haven't discussed the area to the north, the northeast area. This is the property I represent, the JLM Ranch, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the four questions and the different land use alternatives that are presented. The property, the policy currently appears to be all residential related when it comes to ag buffers, and we feel that that's appropriate. My clients would like to see it remain any residential use requiring a buffer. And then I also wanted to address some concerns I had with alternative B in the representation of agriculture sandwiched between Loch Padden and the development to the north, with an ag buffer between the commercial. So just something to be aware of. As this is configured, you're putting agriculture, which exists today, but up against the rural residential there. And I think if you're going to develop it in this area, it would make sense to not sandwich ag between development and future development and existing development, because you're creating a very narrow corridor of agriculture that probably isn't sustainable. And talking with my client who owns the property and has for many, many years, his family has for many, many years, this land is really useful for alfalfa and sugar beets. It's not sustainable for much else. So when you're growing alfalfa, you need a pretty large area to make it economically viable. So that would be my comment there. And we think 500 feet is or less is appropriate in the sense that with regard to uses being active or passive, there's a certainly diminishing amount of spraying that's going on just based on practices and what's allowed by the EPA and all the other agencies that regulate pesticides and herbicides. And the number of days a year that they spray are not as significant as they used to be. So if you're talking about a passive use such as a trail, the number of days of exposure are relatively few. So just something for the steering committee to consider. I appreciate your time and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I see no questions at this point. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Peter Bleeker. A number of points. First, before I actually get into anything I want to say, maybe you would like to consider changing the order of things, because there's spending a great deal of time on this, and there may be people who are interested in things that are coming later. So it's just a suggestion to consider moving one or two more technical things to the end that perhaps people aren't interested in, people in the audience, I mean. You could ask for a show of hands to see which items
All right, we can consider that, yeah.
Okay, anyway, so here's the points I wanted to make. Let's see, on the issue of the urban growth boundary, my concern would be that when you create whatever the distance is, 250 feet outside the power lines, meaning to the east of the power lines, you're encumbering that land. I was just saying this land cannot be used for agricultural uses. And I don't know if the state would sanction that, but the people who supported that urban growth boundary might come back and say that the city is now encumbering land beyond the urban growth boundary, which we consider to be urban growth. So unfortunately, there's no lawyers here today, or at least none that work for the city. I don't know about anybody else. So it's not, and also the people who supported that ordinance probably are not here. I mean, not the ordinance, but the growth boundary. So there might be issues there legally. As far as my own opinions about this, I would like to see as much as possible of that agricultural buffer be accessible open space. And what we just heard from the previous speaker, which agrees with my experience, is that that kind of accessibility is not, I don't think, a problem relative to spraying. I've been sprayed for medflies a few times. I survived that. People should be wise enough not to go where spraying is occurring. So now certainly putting soccer fields or, creating a daycare center or something in the middle of that wouldn't be so smart. How SID feels about that, I have no idea. Of course, there's also an issue of how PG&E feels about it, because they don't want people climbing their power lines, even though they might be happy with whatever else the city wants to put there. I'm sure they want the right-of-way protected that way, unfortunately. My other observation is that my experience with Southtown, living adjacent to Southtown, at present there's a 600-foot limit, and I think I've mentioned this here before. There's a 600-foot limit that applies to what kind of activities can occur in developing. Typically has to do with times of day and days of the week. So on Sunday, you're not supposed to run certain things within 600 feet. My experience with that is that 600 feet really is not even adequate. You get tremendous amounts of dust from any kind of earth-moving equipment, and of course that's nothing compared to an activity like disking. So I don't expect to be living there, but I'm sure that the larger that ag buffer is, the happier the people who do live there are going to be. Of course, there's a trade-off. Everything means that somebody loses something. Relative to putting detention basins there, I don't know what the legal ramifications are, but outside of California, I've seen detention basins that are accessible to the public for multiple uses, not putting ball fields or whatever into a detention basin, but people have dog runs there. You can go for a walk there, the 363 days a year when they aren't really essential. And not too many people are going to use them when it's raining anyway. So I don't know what the legal ramifications are, but it seems reasonable to me to have it within a publicly accessible open space and have the detention basin accessible. Maybe staff can tell us why, whether that violates some provision of law. And I guess the other thing I wanted to mention was the linear park or trail area. My first question is, I wasn't completely clear on what the width of that was. Is it 115 feet that's being proposed for that park area? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The 115 feet would include both the road and the trail in that particular alternative.
All right.
But that's just one example.
Well, I'm talking about alternative C right now. So can somebody tell me what the right-of-way for the road is? I know it's probably 40 feet.
60 feet?
60 feet. So we're talking about approximately 50 feet, actually 45 feet for the trail. The trail that's going in behind me is going to be 50 feet. And that's really not a very viable feeling of either park or open space. Basically, all it is a trail. So, again, I think that's another good reason to try to make the entire thing accessible to people. And I think there's nothing more frustrating than being trapped in some narrow corridor, looking through a chain link barbed wire fence and seeing huge expanse of openness that you're not allowed to go into. You're basically in jail, and you can't cross the barrier to this other land. So I think it'd be much better if that were simply open, and the barbed wire existed between that and the places that are actually being farmed. So that's all I'm going to say about this. I just think I hope we don't shortchange the other items, because I think we've spent on the order of an hour just on this one sub-item, and there may be other people who want to speak too. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
I'm Eunice Hulse. I live in the Padden Lock Division, and I'm at the far end of Maple Road, which is at the other map. Anyway, the very far corner. The buffer zone idea is great, excepting for the fact, kind of contrary to what the gentleman said before me, if you put that detention strip of land on the east side of the PG&E power poles, you're going to have problems with kids running their dirt bikes up and down there. You're going to have pumps out there that have to be maintained. Somebody's going to have to maintain them. There's going to have to be some kind of access to them. So I think it's going to be a kind of a danger, more so than anything, if it were on the west side of the power lines with a fence between the PG&E lines and your detention area. It would be a safer situation. Also, the hunters out there, open land for pheasant hunting, bird hunting, rabbit hunting, whatever you want to shoot. So I don't think the people want to live too close to that either. There is a restriction, of course, of 300 feet of shooting, but some hunters don't pay attention to that. So that might be an idea. Buffer zone-wise, one part that's been neglected completely is the fact that there's no buffer allowed for the properties that are on Maple Road. The backside of their properties are going to be at the north end of that development. Now, PG&E has their lines, of course, that goes through properties. SID has all their pipelines on the south side of the land along Maple Road. So the SID is going to have to have access to those pipelines. So there's got to be some kind of a road access, as well as some kind of a limitation of development in that area close to the fences, because we all have animals, or at least I did have animals. You're going to be disking along those lines. Same thing as farm ag land. It's residential ag, sort of small ranchettes, but you still have horses whinnying. You have ducks and geese and birds and goats making noise, sheep making noise, fertilizing, things like that city folk may not appreciate. And talking about the PG&E lines, Tom made mention of how they droop during the summertime. The crop dusters fly under those PG&E lines, and you can't grow trees right next to them, so they're going to be too high to fly under. Now, they may be restricted, I guess, to keeping from flying there, but then you won't get your land taken care of for the agricultural people. So I think that pretty well covers what I was going to say, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any more comments on this particular item? All right, I'm going to go ahead then and close out the public comment period, and then I want to circle back again, and I know we've talked about this, and for the committee members, I think that we need to provide some input on how wide we think the buffer should be, what uses we think should be allowed within the buffer, and a lot of it based on the public comment. Should it be required adjacent to the non-residential urban uses, and where should it be located? Inside the urban service area and the agricultural service area, or straddling both? So we'll go ahead then and open it up to the committee members. Vice Chair Greaves?
I think the agricultural buffer should remain the same. I think it should straddle the properties, the city and the agricultural land. I think a detention basin might be an acceptable use. Some passive open space. I like that plan that Mr. Filippi put up there. I think it's would make a good visual for people knowing that that's the beginning of the buffer. And I do think that the buffer should also be required next to non-residential urban uses.
All right, other committee members? We've got two over there. Committee member Labar.
Well, I'd like to agree with our vice chair. I also believe that the ag buffer should remain the same at 500, and I can't find my questions. Here we are. And I also like the idea of the detention basin. My concern would be the maintenance of it and whose responsibility that would be, whether it's the city's responsibility or the landowners. So I guess that would be my concern on whether or not it straddles, if it's inside the urban service area or straddles that. So that would be my concern on that. But I also believe that we should also have a buffer adjacent to the non-residential urban uses. And I am thankful that this gentleman pointed out about the ag, this ag use on alternative B. I'd like to look at that. That doesn't look sustainable. I'd like us to look at that in some capacity. Those are my comments.
You guys okay with that? I mean, you've captured it. Yeah. Committee member Suakonen.
Well, I agree pretty much with the first two comments as well. 500 feet seems great. Mr. Filippi's proposal, where there was a little give and take from everybody, seems very reasonable. We keep calling that a linear park, and I think we really shouldn't have a pathway in there for people to walk on. But I can certainly see it as something pretty with trees and grass so that it sort of hides the fence line and creates kind of open space, but doesn't really encourage people to walk there. That's all I had to say.
Okay, committee member Nadasdy.
I sort of agree with the question, or I have an agreement with Brett based on the question he brought up about SID. When we get to the point where we need to make decisions, I think it's really important that we're not making a recommendation where we have no jurisdiction. So having SID part of the process or here to speak to it so that we really get an understanding of where they're going to dig their heels in or where we think there's some flexibility is important. Where should the agricultural buffer be located? I still think we need to look at all options. I'm not sure that I can weigh in any one way or the other. I think that there's still some issues to be explored in all three of these, because I know we've looked at this before, and with option B, I hadn't thought about the agriculture being sandwiched, or the buffer in agriculture being sandwiched in there either. So I think we're going to continue to see some of this stuff come up. And then I do think the buffer should be required adjacent to non-residential urban uses as well.
All right, committee member Krim.
I just feel that the 500 feet's a good wide width for it, but I also think too that when you start talking about little linear parks and stuff, obviously I think we just need to be very observant of the cost factor in taking care and who's burning the maintenance on that. Obviously they do look very pretty, but if it's a sidewalk, the sidewalks crack, or the maintenance, the trees have to be maintained and stuff, and so who's going to pay for that? Same with the catch basins and stuff. There's weeds that a lot of times grow up there. A lot of times they have to go in and be mowed out and stuff and taken care of, or debris gets in there that has to be let out. I mean, obviously nothing's free, so just cognizance of the cost incurred to that. So that would be my main concern. But I do agree that 500 feet is adequate, and I did like Tom Filippi's presentation. I thought it was a good buffer, and I liked it very much. That's all I have.
Committee member Wilkins.
I think my comments will echo what I've just heard from my compatriots up here, but the one thing I'd like to see is us be able to apply this to whatever alternative is selected and have the opportunity as a result of that be able to deal with the issue of SID's approval. I think, it is one of the critical things that we're discussing tonight and begins to define the character of what we're looking at as far as east of Leisure Town. And so once that's resolved, that really allows people then to see how things might fit in there, how these options would begin, to look. So I think it behooves us to have that discussion sooner rather than later.
All right, thank you. Committee Member Johnson?
Yeah, those are going to be my comments as well, and I very much agree, 500-foot buffer. I agree with you, Frank. I get a little concerned when I see another park that's not really a park, but someone's going to have to maintain it, and then it's not next to a development. So it's on the other side of the road, so no one really takes ownership of it, and yet someone's got to pay to maintain it. And it gets to Peter's point. We're going into another discussion next about park maintenance, and here we're creating another linear park that I don't ever seen anyone really using or having much benefit. I'd do it like they did at Leisure Town. They made a nice sidewalk that was kind of meandering, and we end up paying for it because it's next to the development of Stonegate. So you have a mechanism to pay for it, and we kind of partially own it, so we take a little bit more care of it. You move it across the other side of the road, it's no one's responsibility. So I get a little worried about creating parks that aren't really parks. Plant a few trees that, we can drip irrigate or something, and, not meandering parks we have to maintain. But 500 feet makes sense to me. The road makes sense to me, and those are my comments.
All right, thank you. Any other comments on this particular item? Go ahead.
Chair Nicola, I just have a question. I did hear Commissioner Graves in her initial comments say that she thinks the ag buffer should straddle the urban service boundary, but I heard a lot of folks say that they agreed with previous comments, but several people mentioned width specifically, uses specifically. I didn't capture anybody else saying anything about the location of the buffer, and essentially my question is, should the buffer be taken out of ag land, or should the buffer be taken out of developable land, or a little bit of both?
Do we have any? Committee Member Johnson?
I move it further east. I mean, if you're asking that question now, I heard Tom talk about this compromise. Well, okay, I guess it's a compromise because we've heard from some folks we want less development, so let's push that buffer more into the development side, right, so that we can somehow use that to limit development on that side. Well, that limits the flexibility of what you do down the road regardless of what the options are, development, ag, what have you. So if you're going to use a buffer or have a buffer, I'd give you the most flexibility possible and move it east as possible. And it looks like the landowners had plenty of land there that you could go east even more than what you have your water detention basins or whatever SID will agree with, at some point down the road, and give you as much flexibility for either farmland or development. So I still agree with the 500 feet.
Right.
But I would opt to even give you more flexibility by moving it further east.
Thank you.
Committee Member Nadasny?
I actually didn't weigh in because I actually don't think that until we sort of know what Sid's position is on that 1,000 feet, whether we have the latitude to have a preference quite yet or not. So I guess I want to gauge what the response is or how collaborative they're going to be before we can weigh in. So I'm wide open to all the options still.
Committee Member Wilkins?
Yeah, I think what Mr. Filippi, proposed here, I'd like to at least present that to Sid. I think we should go with what we, as a city, want, and then however those options if we went with A or B or C, they're all going to fit. If we went with what lines up for option B, and then selected option C, or then it wouldn't work. So by giving us the greatest latitude, I think then we have the flexibility to select either one of the three options.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I see no other comments. Did that get answered for you?
Very helpful, thank you.
All right, I don't think we have anything left on this. We've been hanging out here for about an hour and a half, so I'm proposing we take a 5-minute break. But before we do that, I would like to see kind of a show of hands from the folks that are out there. How many folks are here specifically to talk about parks? And just because you raise your hand doesn't mean that you can't comment on something else either. We won't say you didn't raise your hand for parks, you can't talk. So Tom specifically, Peter specifically, so we got 2 there. How about for the correlation between the general plan, residential land use, designations, and zoning districts? It's a lot to be said. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to comment on that one either. So, okay, we got 0 on that one. How about the level of service for traffic? Okay, we got 1. Tom, you usually do, so 2 on that one, yeah. And then the policy plans, the infrastructure constraints and permitted uses. All right. Well, so we got a couple on that. All right. So we'll go ahead and we'll probably realign it. Once we come back in, we'll do that. So why don't we go till 25 of, and we'll try and start it, dead on right there. I want to try and make sure that this meeting does not run into the August 20th meeting. So we're going to try and move it along. Thank you. Why don't we go ahead then and start getting back in our places, and we'll get this thing going. All right. Good. All right, we're going to go ahead then, and we'll call the meeting back to order again. And based on what we had, and I need to apologize, I did not ask if there were people here for other issues, and there were people here for other issues. Okay, Peter as well. So we've got that on there as well. So I did not forget that there were other issues. There always are. So what we're going to do then is we're going to do item E first, which is policy plans, infrastructure constraints, and permitted uses. Then we're going to go to parks. Then we're going to do the correlation between general plan residential land use. And then we'll finish up with, we'll go to other issues and then finish up with that correlation between general plan residential land use. So why don't we go then to what is now item B, policy plans, infrastructure constraints, and permitted uses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Essentially, the issue with the policy plan areas, in a nutshell, is that we want to ask you the question about balancing flexibility with the ability to plan for needed infrastructure and consider how to pay for needed infrastructure. The situation right now in many of the policy plan areas is that there is not adequate infrastructure, in particular. The storm drainage and the roadway infrastructure is inadequate in the Interchange Business Park, Golden Hill, and Vacaville Business Park areas, and that's hindering development because the improvements needed there to support intensive commercial development would be rather expensive. I think the sewer capacity is what I meant to refer to rather than storm drain, although, of course, storm drain infrastructure is also an issue. So there is some sewer capacity available, but that's not being used, but it has already been allocated, so that decreases the amount of sewer capacity in these areas, at least on paper. One option to consider might be a way to recover that unused capacity from the users who are currently to which it is allocated. And then again, in terms of the roadway, I think this ties into the discussion about traffic level of service that we're also going to have tonight, because there are level of service deficiencies, meaning there is traffic congestion on Vacaville Parkway currently. So the situation is that right now, the policy plans, in an effort to spur development in these areas and investment in these areas, allow a very wide range of uses. However, the actual infrastructure that's available to support uses would limit those uses to very low-intensity things like warehousing, for example. So the question is whether or not we want to consider being more specific about the types of development we'd like to see in the policy plan areas, with the assumption that we would then need to potentially the city would need to make some investments in infrastructure in these areas, because it's unlikely that a single project or property owner could take on the full cost of the improvements that would be needed for more intensive commercial development. Or should we leave it as is, with the very broad language that's there currently, acknowledging that makes planning for future infrastructure needs rather difficult, because it's currently we can't predict whether an office park or a research and development facility or a warehouse or a gas station is going to go in, and all of those uses have very different water, sewer, stormwater, and traffic needs associated with them.
Thank you. Is there any committee member comment or otherwise? We'll go ahead and open it up to the public, and then we'll get the committee member comment after that. Okay, I don't see any, so we're going to go ahead then and we'll open that up to the public. So,
good evening, Mr. Chairman and fellow Commissioners. My name is Tom Allen. I'm with the A.G. Spanos Companies, and we own property out in the Vacaville Business Park. We own approximately 120 acres. The majority of the property sits all along Interstate 80. There's one small parcel left along 505 of approximately, I'd say, 15 acres, but the majority of that 120 acres all sits along Interstate 80. When we became aware of the concerns out there and the possibilities of some alternatives, we submitted a letter to Tyra specifying, and basically what we're saying is that we'd prefer status quo out there. There's a business park land use that's available now, which allows highway commercial, general commercial, office, retail, and so forth. So it's pretty broad-based. We feel that in the future, when it does get built out, that it'll probably be, it won't be the retail that we anticipated at one time, needless to say. It'll probably be somewhere around, we'd hope that, maybe half of it business, office, things like that, and maybe the other half some sort of commercial. We think it won't be long before there'll be a need for restaurants because of a lot of the employment base that's out there now and future employment base. Things like some more restaurants, maybe a hotel for the hospital, and so things like that, along with more office. As far as the concerns, that business park, we feel that the infrastructure it's in. As far as traffic, the only level of service out there, even in the future, that where there could be a problem would be Vacaville Parkway and 505. With the kind of build-out that we're anticipating. And I believe the city is further along to address that situation. I think most of the only poor level service right now is on the southbound 505 Vacaville, which is across the freeway from Vacaville Business Park. As far as the other, for example, we just sold a piece to the church for a huge campus out there, and that we think is a plus, because when it comes to traffic, that's 22 acres that are going to have a lot less traffic than if it was 22 acres of an office or of some sort of retail and so forth. So those kind of diversified uses, I think, will help in the future build-out. As far as the other concerns, sewer, we have allotted sewer capacity for all of our parcels. For example, the church, 22 acres, they're not going to use near the sewer that was allowed for those 22 acres that's available, so I think that can get spread out for the rest of the business park. I think some of the office uses will allow sewer for more intense things like a restaurant or something. So we feel the sewer, matter of fact, we had an arrangement with the city for 4 of the parcels. We had an extra sewer capacity that was allowed for us, but it is expired, so I don't know where that sewer capacity went, but it's available for somebody out there at the business park. As far as, water's not an issue. We've got water rights, plenty of water, and so we feel that with regards to the facilities, it's the business park with these kind of uses that are available today. I feel that it can continue. And it wouldn't be an issue if it was built out with those kind of uses. So we're basically stating that we would like to see status quo.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Filippi again. I realize I'm going to be up here a lot of times, and I apologize right up front for all that.
That's your right, and it's good to get the input.
I got to get. My only comment at this point would be that I haven't worked with a lot of clients recently on policy plan areas. I happen to be working with a couple right now, but if it is contemplated that you're seriously considering much in the way of a change, quite candidly, most of the landowners out there I don't think are following this process because they don't view that there's a change in the general plan, so I don't think they're really following this. If there's a serious consideration that there may be change, and these could be significant changes if you're talking about reduction of sewer capacity or some of the other things that we're talking about, I would really request that an outreach to the policy plan area folks, landowners, be held as a way of reaching out and making sure that they understand what could or could not happen with any change. If you're leaving it the way it is, I don't think that meeting needs to occur. But if there's a serious consideration, and this is the first time that I've heard that there were going to be potential for that kind of change. I would suggest that kind of outreach for those major landowners who may be banking on certain capacities that may change. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Tom. Maureen, any comments on that?
I think I'll let Tyra respond to the issue of, oh, she doesn't have a mic.
I got the light is there, but there's no mic. Yeah. Big hat, no
Tyra,
kettle.
if you could come to the podium and maybe let the committee know what notification we are doing.
It's on. Yeah, go right ahead.
I can't recall when we had sent out a bunch of notices, but we'd actually sent out letters to all the property owners within the policy plan areas, in addition to all the property owners with properties being considered for general plan designation changes through this process.
All right. Thank you, Tyra. Tom, does that answer your concerns?
I really appreciate the outreach in that way, but I get lots and lots of letters about, well, these meetings. I would really suggest some phone calls, and I'll be happy to help set something up. Again, if there's not a real desire to change things, it's not necessary. But if there's a real look because of some information that's coming out from an infrastructure standpoint about concerns for sewer or traffic capacities, and I do think there might be issues regarding traffic. But if there's others, I just think an outreach, a phone call, talking to the folks at Genentech who are part of the major landowners group and making sure that everybody gets together and has that kind of meeting. I just think that would be an appropriate way to deal with this particular issue, by suggestion.
Agreed. Committee Member Johnson?
I had a question for Tom, actually.
You almost got back.
It's a good thing I'm not on crutches anymore.
I see part of this dealing with some other issues, namely moratoriums. From time to time, City Council has instituted moratoriums. I want to have your comment on whether or not that's a practice that should be continued.
You're really not going to ask me about moratoriums, are you? You're really not going to ask me that
Well,
question.
if you really wanted to comment, I want to give you the opportunity.
I'm obviously not an advocate of any moratoriums, but, I mean, if there's a particular infrastructure issue, I mean, I understand that sometimes those things happen, but I have not been an advocate of the way this community usually promotes moratoriums. I don't think I want to say any more than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for putting me on the spot, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll let you get back to your chair now. I think. Was your question? No? Committee Member Nadazdi?
Just a comment, actually. I had suggested the same thing, Maureen, to Fred about outreach to the business owners, and not specific to this area, but in general to make sure we're actively sharing the information. Because I think as people go through the process, they clue in a little bit more. It starts to take shape, and you formulate thoughts that you didn't have 2 or 3 months ago. So giving people the opportunity is important. I do know, though, to the first speaker's point, that when we had the workshop, there was a lot of feedback about considering modifying those land uses, making them more specific. So there was definitely dialogue out there, I recall, from the workshop. So there were other people that came and testified. And as we go through this, I think it's just important to kind of remember what we discussed early on as people come up and talk about these items further along through the process.
Thank you, Committee Member Nadazdi. I've been serving on committees, what has it been, 8 years now? I've had the toughest time with her name. I have no idea why. All right, that's my own private demon. Do we have any, Peter?
Hi, Peter Bleeker. So I developed sort of a question that straddles this and the other issues item. And that is, relative to all this allocated sewer capacity. What I'm concerned about is basically who's paying for this allocated capacity. Right now, we've got a large capital program going on with that easterly waste treatment plant that's being paid for by the ratepayers. And I guess what I'm interested in is I don't actually know whether anybody who has capacity allocated to them is contributing to building that capacity that we're talking about. And whether, depending on the answer to that, how do we ultimately reimburse the current ratepayers for the capacity that they build to support future development that will only begin paying for it much later on? I don't know if that's a question or whether it's points that I think we should consider at some point in general plan policies. If somebody wants to answer it as a question, I'll stand up here and listen to the answer.
Is that something you want to consider now or answer it later on in the process?
Yeah, I think that's perhaps it's a level of detail that we're not prepared to really discuss tonight as part of this policy issue. Be happy to have a offline conversation with Peter and set him up with the appropriate staff people. But, you know, we do have, as an economic development tool, as Joanna mentioned, you know, Genentech's a good example. When they came to town, one of the incentives was to reserve capacity for them, so they had guaranteed ability to expand in the future with a guarantee for certain infrastructure capacities. And they pay for that capacity both as a ratepayer and both through development impact fees.
Yeah, thanks, although that doesn't speak to undeveloped property, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? All right, we're going to close the public comment at this point, and I'm going to ask for committee member comment on this particular issue, and then we can move on.
I would just note that I have put some questions up that might help you in your discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Committee member Krim.
Yeah, one of the questions is, should existing users be allowed to trade or sell their allotted sewer capacity? I think I agree with most of the speakers that came up. I agree we should pretty much stay with the status quo on the way the policy is written now. The only thing is, if like Genentech keeps being brought up, I know like out there too, state fund, they were allotted, I believe, to build 5 buildings. They've only built 3, so sounds like they would have some extra sewer capacity. So to me, it only makes sense to be allowed to, or allotted the capability to sell off the sewer allotment that you weren't using. I don't know how that mechanism actually works, so maybe later on down the road that could be explained in more detail if we were to go that route. But I see that as a good something good to have in the future, to be allowed to have one business that needs a lot, like was stated by one, like a restaurant or something, it needs more than another, just say warehouse that takes very little. So I think, to me, that makes sense, and I know it's hard to configure that when you don't know exactly what's going in, but as a business park gets more and more full, obviously when you get near the end, you're going to know if you're near that goal or not, and that's going to attract whatever kind of business that comes in, and the other ones that aren't using it maybe can raise up some other business that needs a little bit more. So having that option, it's just about having an option to trade off that, I think, is a good idea. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Committee member Nadazdi.
I actually disagree with you, Frank, on that point about should the existing users be allowed to trade or sell off their allotted capacity. I agree in concept that if they don't use it, that it can be reallocated, but I'm not sure we want to sell our infrastructure rights and be held hostage as a city necessarily to potentially other third parties out there trading our infrastructure. So ideally, I'd like to see it come back to the city, or in some way be facilitated back into the city so they have the ability to allot infrastructure elsewhere, but just not to trade it off as a commodity through that other business owner. So a little bit of a, yeah. Since we're looking at general plan 20 years out, I think it's important that we're looking at improving infrastructure long range, because this isn't just a couple of years down the road, potentially landowners and uses changing. I mean, we're talking about 20 years down there, so we absolutely have to contemplate infrastructure improvements over the range of this policy, this general plan that we're looking at. And then, let's see, should it be restricted to lower intensity uses? I don't think so. I think we have to be open-minded enough to consider that there may be, higher intensity uses long range, because we have to have that broader long-term vision.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and comment at this point as well. I totally agree that we shouldn't restrict them. The land uses shouldn't be restricted to lower intensity uses. I think if that was the feeling, when the general plan was done, that addressed the lands where Genentech and Kaiser actually are, that, if we did something like that, we may have been short-sighted enough that we wouldn't have got them, in here. And I think they're both valuable uses out there. I also tend to agree with Committee Member Nadasdy about selling those. I don't see those sewer rights or those infrastructure rights as a commodity. I think it's something that the city should control rather than it go to the highest bidder or anyone else. And should we undertake expansions of the roadway and wastewater capacity? And that's kind of a tough one because you're turning around, and especially in these times where the state is taking all of these things from us, that, we got to be able to afford them. I think we need to try and look for ways to temper how we can build up that capacity should it be needed. I don't want to turn around and build up that capacity if it's not needed. If there's the feeling that we are going to get a user that will require that, get the commitment from the user and then build up the capacity. And I know that's probably simplifying it, and it may not be that easy of a thing to do. But I don't want to kick up the capacity if it's not going to be used, and especially spending the money if it's not going to be used. Committee Member Wilkins.
Thank you. Those are good comments, and I echo that. I think that one of the things we don't enjoy right now is what 20 years from now is going to look like. I think we all can speculate. And one of the things I think that we need to be able to do is maintain the flexibility that the prior speakers have indicated, that the city have the capability where capacity isn't being used, that that's available to potentially entice other businesses, and I'm speaking specifically where we're trying to get jobs in our community, to have a vehicle to attract jobs. And then one of the things that concerns me when we talk about traffic is the fact that we certainly can provide for circulation in the area that's going to be developed, but what is going to be the impact as that traffic comes west to go on to 80 and downtown, the factory stores and the other areas, because right now on weekends it's literally a traffic jam over by the factory stores and so forth. So that's one of the things we're going to need to look at, and now that all is in, it's very difficult to come back and redo it. So but I really believe that when we look at future, if we need in our evaluation, we see intense use out in those commercial areas, we need to begin looking at how do we provide that, and do we stub it and then wait for the businesses that land out there to ultimately pay for it. It's the question of what about the lands that aren't developed? How is that taken care of as far as this question is concerned? But the idea, I believe, fundamentally is that we remain flexible.
Thank you. Committee Member Johnson?
I would agree with that. I don't think we can adequately plan for every contingency, so I'd like to provide some flexibility. And I think Tom Allen brought up a great point. We allowed them to bring in a membership organization, but he went through a very rigorous process. It wasn't easy. And it took a great deal of thought and discussion on our behalf. We ultimately allowed it to happen, but we set the stage for it not to happen all the time or not happen very easily again. So we remained flexible. So I think the city's done a very good job in terms of meeting community need and trying to hold true to our business parks. And so if I see moving in that same area down the road, leaving it as flexible as possible. And I like Tom, I'm also not in favor of moratoriums. I see those as very short-term planning instruments that get implemented from time to time, but don't do us any favors in terms of our business parks and allowing us to maintain that flexibility.
Committee Member Nadasny?
I just have a question about moratoriums. So is this something that we would put in as a policy statement into a general plan? Or, I mean, is this even a forum to talk about that? Because ultimately, is that not a city council decision? We wouldn't, I mean, if we went through that scenario, I mean, it's not really part of the general plan anyway, is it?
Yeah, I guess the subject of a moratorium isn't a general plan policy issue per se. There's very strict guidelines under state law when the council can do so with an urgency ordinance. We've done moratoriums for adult businesses, supermarkets, hotels, motels, marijuana dispensaries. Those have been some of the more recent ones where we've had moratoriums that allowed the city to address what might be a public health safety issue that needs to be reviewed and analyzed, so we need to halt any of that particular use occurring until we can study it, and if the council deems it appropriate, then do an ordinance amendment. I don't know if Brett was speaking of a moratorium in terms of sewer hookups. We've not contemplated that. We're not anticipating that.
I'm thinking in the broader sense.
Okay.
Usually there's another underlying reason that nobody wants to talk about. So they put a moratorium in place because we're having some other problem. So it's an easy way to get out of having to publicly discuss an issue that is solved through creating a moratorium. So that's just kind of my point, to be more open about the process. And if we're going to create a moratorium, let's talk about why we're creating one when we go through that process. That's all. And specifically from a business park standpoint, and the one on supermarkets hit Vacaville Business Park directly because that was a permitted use, and we slapped a moratorium right in the middle of that. And so, you know, I didn't think that was the best planning process. We didn't expect that. It's like unintended consequences. We slap a moratorium over here, but it impacted the business park. So that was just my comment there.
A moratorium is usually a last resort, and I don't think the council looks at establishing a moratorium lightly. Again, most of the ones that we've had did result in ordinances to address that particular issue, including the grocery store and the hotel, motel, marijuana dispensaries, and so forth. So, again, we're not proposing or not anticipating any moratoriums now, but who knows, in the future issues come up, and sometimes that is kind of a last resort for the council to allow, let's take a halt, think about whether or not this particular use or situation we want to continue, allows the city to study it and do an ordinance. But we're not contemplating anything right now in any of our business parks, and not contemplating any moratorium related to any sewer hookups or things like that.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Greaves.
When I first read my packet in these questions, I wrote my answers next to them, and after the should existing users be allowed to trade or sell sewer capacity, I just wrote down yes, thinking in my simplistic mind that, well, the city's in control of that. Is the city in control of that currently? I know you had told us some things about some property owners have excess capacity that they have rights to. So is the city in control of that?
The city is in control of that. Sewer capacity is per a parcel. So when somebody comes to us to obtain a building permit, they pay sewer impact fees. That sewer allocation through that sewer impact fee runs with that parcel. It can't go to another parcel. It stays with that parcel. In the case of specific agreements that we've had with certain businesses or entities, there are certain allocations that they have by agreement with the land that might be above what they currently have. They have a guarantee, and kind of the issue is contractually they're guaranteed to have those allocations, and that capacity is kind of taken away from the ability perhaps to give somebody else that capacity elsewhere on another parcel. So, the issue is, there may be some opportunities for the city to work with property owners to get back some of that capacity. I think I would share this concern, and I think our Public Works and Assistant Utilities Director would probably agree we wouldn't want there to be a black market, for lack of a better word, of people
Definitely.
trading sewer allocations amongst properties.
So in that concept, we have some flexibility, however limited it might be, down the road, should someone come in and want to develop something that there isn't full capacity. Speaking strictly on the sewer topic, not the roadway or traffic.
Well, first of all, we have a lot of capacity in our existing plant. We completed an expansion. There's some additional work being done on it. The issue probably becomes longer term as we get closer to using that capacity. Are we at a point where some of our users that have that dedicated capacity are using so much that we would need to do a addition to the plant in order to have more hookups to it? And I think the issue is, do we want to try to work with some of those entities that have this excess capacity that they might not use? Might the city be able to amend those contracts or in some ways free that capacity up for other users?
I'm for that. I'm for that. Like the chairman said earlier, the middle question, it's so economically tied to economic cycles, it seems. We don't have money because there isn't any. When we have a lot of money, then we could think about those things. So I wrote a yes, no to that because, yeah, it'd be great if we could, but we don't really have the money to do that. And to the first question, I don't think that we should limit ourselves. Like it's been said before, I think we should allow ourselves to remain flexible at all times.
All right. Thank you. Committee Member Johnson, was yours relating to the moratorium piece, or was
Sewer
it
capacity.
To sewer capacity?
Yes. I didn't comment. I wanted to comment on that last time. I had a slightly different take.
All right, and then we'll go from that to Committee Member Krim then. All right, go ahead.
I don't agree in trading. I don't believe in cap and trade, and trading sewer capacity is part of that. But in terms of selling, if a business did come to us and want to put in infrastructure, want to pay for that infrastructure, and then not end up using it, I think that perhaps we should look at a potential reimbursement structure on a sliding scale, that they could get money back, more money sooner, less money later, but at least provide some incentive to them that if they are going to put in that infrastructure, there's that opportunity, if they don't in fact end up using it. So create some kind of sliding scale for them to be able to be reimbursed.
That's a good point. Good point. Committee Member Krim?
Yeah, I just want to maybe clear up my first statement about that sewer capacity. I didn't mean it was going to be like a free market. I meant that, and the way I envisioned it when I was stating it maybe just didn't come out correctly, though, but I kind of envisioned maybe like a 20-inch sewer pipe out there, and let's just say, again, Genentech was using 6 inches of it, or it was allotted to use a 6-inch pipe to go through that 20-inch pipe, but in reality, they were only using 3 inches of it. So obviously, they would have something that they wouldn't want to pay for anymore, so they could sell. And that's my intent, was what this was allowing them to do. So, and I think they should have that flexibility to not have to pay for what they were allotted for, but just to have that flexibility to pay for less if they're using less. So that was, maybe it didn't come out that clear in the first time. So I just want to be clear that's how I feel. So thank you.
All right. Committee Member LaBarre?
Actually, Committee Member Krim and Johnson both kind of touched on what I really didn't know how to put into words, but thinking along those same lines, that there would, not necessarily that they would be able to trade or sell, but that there would be some sort of an incentive back to the business for what they're allotted and yet what they don't use. Something that we could look along those lines. But I didn't quite know how to say it, so you guys said it better for me. Thank you. And then addressing the first two, I actually think the first two are related. My concern would be that if we're restricting to lower intensity uses for the business owners, then that we would actually be hurting ourselves in the long run as far as providing revenue for the infrastructure. I think if we're limiting those uses, then we're actually limiting the uses for development and limiting those choices. So I would like to see that remain the same and give them that flexibility as my colleagues have said, so that we will have the revenue to provide for the infrastructure and develop it as we need it.
Thank you. Any other input on this particular item? Okay. So we have finished up that one. And just a comment here. I know we're running long and on the clock. This meeting is supposed to end at 9 o'clock. But I'll be honest, I think there's been a lot of good input, and I think I'd rather have the input and good input rather than leaving this meeting and not having the input and not knowing what's going on. So, you know, I'm not in favor of missing America's Got Talent, but I mean, if we do miss Howie and Piers and Sharon, you know, then we will. So I encourage everybody to keep up with the input. Yeah, another day, and I'm sure it comes back on Saturday again. So let's move on then to item B, which is parks, and that's acquisition and maintenance. Thank you.
Actually, Hugh Hesterman, our park planner with Community Services, I'm going to hand it over to him to do this item.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Do we have... Oops. Yeah. We've tried to stay true to the most important issues here. There are a lot of small issues that people feel very strongly about. But when it comes down to providing the city with a park system, there's basically three legs, if you will, of a three-legged stool that need to be carefully balanced. And they are having land, the right amount, the right location, and the right type, developing that land to this type of standards that are shown there, satisfying your recreational needs and providing a safe environment for the public. And then the third leg is to be able to maintain that land to its original intent throughout the years and through the seasons too. Back in, well, let me mention that there is a standard that is a level of service, if you will, that's commonly used throughout the industry of a ratio of number of park acres that are provided per 1,000 residents of any community. There's some definitions that vary from community to community, but in 1992, the city of Vacaville established a standard here at 4.5 acres per 1,000 residents, and they are broken down, as you see on the screen, of 1.8 for neighborhood park, 1.7 for community park, and 1.0 for city park land. Each of those categories have different types of uses, and again, throughout the various agencies that provide park services, those standards are fairly common, I guess, if you will. Other facilities such as recreational buildings, open space, trails, and regional parks are not included in that standard, which can be an issue for us. Can you go to the next? So, of the second, that's fine, yeah. Of the second leg, that was the land component, the 4.5 acres per 1,000 residents. The second component is development. How do you pay for that and to what level? And the city of Vacaville has some fairly basic design requirements for its land. We don't provide gold-plated Cadillacs. We provide nice parks that satisfy these particular requirements. Utilization of the site's natural beauty, creeks, mature trees, view sheds. We try to maintain, or we try to provide for the recreational needs of the city, and provide a safe environment, meeting safety and accessibility standards, and utilize durable materials. And then finally, of course, the design must be cost-effective to maintain. And then the third leg is the park maintenance. As you might suspect, there's standard things like regular mowing throughout the seasons, care of the turf, trees, and shrubs, cleaning up of trash, vandalism, and graffiti, which is always a challenge to keep that under control, projecting out into the future for repair and periodic replacement of equipment, irrigation, paved surfacing, and, of course, for utilities. In the city of Vacaville, I guess you could say we subsidize, I'm not sure if that's the right term, but we allocate water cost cheaper for parklands than we do for residential irrigation. It's about 24%. The level at which you develop parks can vary greatly. Again, I wouldn't say we provide gold-plated parks, but they do meet those basic standards. Can you go to the next one? Oops. That was it. Are we missing one there? Oh. Okay, so there's three questions that we put up here. The first two are very broad, very general, and the last one attempts to answer or potentially answer a part of the maintenance question. So the first one is, should the city continue to aspire to the current park standards that we established in 1992? We have never had 4.5 acres per 1,000 residents, and from what I can tell in my research, we've been keeping roughly 3.4 or thereabouts over all those years. One of the reasons for that is we haven't provided the proper tools, both planning and funding, to increase the park acres for the existing residents, nor have we met that 4.5 standard for the new residents, the new development. So the question is, if we can't do that, and we haven't done it for the last 20 years, should we change our standard? Should we back off on it? Or should we try to develop the tools that are necessary to push forward and to aspire to change that up to a 4.5 acre standard? And that I've already covered the second bullet there. If we do proceed to maintain that 4.5, how are we going to require that of new development so that they provide that to the new residents and not on the backs of the existing residents? And then the third question there is, this is one way that we can look to spread the wealth, if you will, or spread the cost is a better term, of maintaining our neighborhood parks primarily across the entire public. Right now, we have about 25 lighting and landscaping districts, mostly in the newer areas, that help to pay for up to 90% of our neighborhood park maintenance. But roughly 60%, I think, was the last count of our residents are in one of those neighborhood park lighting and landscaping zones. Is it fair that they pay all of that and some of the old-time residents pay nothing? Or is it fair that there's an unequal balance throughout the different areas? And again, that goes back to how we provide park land. Neighborhood parks are usually provided, we try to provide them within a half-mile walking distance of every residence. And that's not, there are some definite holes in that policy, which we'd like to fix. So those are the important questions. All the other questions about parks and recreation sort of tear off of what level of service do you really want to provide.
All right, thank you for the overview. Committee Member Suakonin, did you have a question or comment?
I have a question, yes. So just two quick questions before we talk about decisions. When we're talking about 3.4 acres per 1,000 people, are we talking about the number of residents in Vacaville that's posted on the sign that includes the prisoners?
Good, very good question. No, we do not serve the incarcerated residents.
Okay, and then the lighting maintenance area district, whatever that is that got an indefinite period for the people that currently are covered by those, or is that like a 20-year time period?
Yeah. It's a local assessment. So people would have to vote on it and say, into the future, we want to continue to pay for this the service to be provided.
No, but I mean the current ones we have now, the ones that are in
they're
existence now,
ongoing.
they're forever.
Yeah, unless they're voted out.
So then clarification, so if, let's say we decided on the general plan that it should be citywide rather than that 60-40, so you're saying that it would have to go to ballot and folks would have to vote for it?
That's correct.
Right, I kind of thought so, but that was my question. Committee member Nadasdy?
Sorry, I have a laundry list. To your point about graffiti, so the city is paying for that for some reason. I seem to think it was a volunteer. There was like some sort of volunteer organization that, I can't remember the acronym, group that actually looks after
We have both.
abatement.
We have both. There are some volunteer groups that do help remove graffiti. We also have a, I think it's, what is it, through the Works program? There's a city-operated program that has young people who get paid to go out and remove this stuff. In some cases, the courts actually will order the offenders to remove graffiti, but that's rather rare. And a lot of times it falls back on our parks crews to fix the problem. Did that answer your question?
So from a policy perspective, is that something that we could try to be more, or maybe I'm just covering it the wrong way or suggesting that we approach this the wrong way, but from a policy perspective, could that be something we say that we would need to be more proactive about collaborating with service groups? I mean, I've got kids in school that have a gajillion service hours they need to meet, so this would be a great thing for them to do. So there are certainly organizations citywide that need to meet service commitments for various different reasons. So is that a policy requirement we could consider to say the city really needs to be proactive about finding inexpensive solutions to do this, and there are clearly bodies and organizations that need to accomplish?
There are some problems with that. One of them is that we do have a policy of trying to remove it within 24 hours. And by the time you coordinate a volunteer and get the materials and everything, sometimes it just doesn't work out from a timing standpoint. There's also issues with people using materials that they're not qualified to use, or tools, power blasters, chemicals and things. And there's also some more subtle things like asking someone who may have an association in a neighborhood as a quasi-gang member of removing either their own or someone else's markings. So there's a lot of nuances that makes it difficult.
And I get that, but could you not say at the beginning of the year, we have our annual sign-up for the kids or organizations, sign up, and then third Saturday of the month? I mean, there's something perhaps more proactive we could do. And I don't know if we can address it from a policy perspective, but I think it's a consideration that there are probably free alternatives. We just have to be more proactive about it, perhaps. And then my other question, Horse Creek. Now, does that fall under the park categorization?
Horse Creek is a portion of Centennial Park.
Yeah.
And that is currently our only city park. 265 acres, of which about 36 are currently developed.
And the Centennial Park portion, is that included in the totals?
Yes.
Okay.
The 36 developed acres.
So the portion that's leased out to the soccer people then?
Yes, that actually is included.
It's included.
And that's
okay.
that would be a policy question. Is that appropriate? Yeah.
Okay. And then to the point about the landscaping maintenance assessment district, I mean, is another alternative to consider pay-per-use? And yes, it's not very environmentally friendly of me, but there's a whole lot of kids on 100-degree days that might just love to go to a water park. And we have no water facilities in the city.
We have a couple, actually. There's a fountain in Andrews Park. I don't know if it's currently operating. I think it does periodically. And
Periodically, yeah.
And we are actually planning another one for the Southtown Park.
Correct. So I just think, there are lots of things people do with their families to go out and enjoy the park space. And so is pay-per-use, something to consider?
I think at this point, anything is, we're looking for ideas, so that would certainly be on the deck.
Thank you. I do not see any committee member. Yes, I do. Committee member Johnson. He got in right under the wire there before I open it up to the public. Yeah.
Walter V. Graham Aquatic Center, by the way. I don't know if you were asking if we had free facilities available, but in terms of pool services.
I think of that as community center, not park, and I agree with you. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But I'm thinking, like UC Davis has those things that squirt up out of the ground, and kids can just kind of run around and get wet. And
They have a beautiful kids play area at Walter V. Graham. Beautiful. So, and Pamela, I guess I'm going to speak on your behalf, I guess, Yeah. Okay, I will. When I was chair of the Community Service Commission way back when, we got beaten up all the time for not having enough park facilities, and it became even more critical when we lost the ability to use the school district's parks. So, no, 4.5, I think it's a good standard. 3.4 that we have now we've never seemed to be able to meet the need, and it's just increasing. And in answer to your question, no, it's not an equitable situation where 60% of the people pay for the maintenance, the other 40 don't, because in my neighborhood park, we don't have restrictions on who can use it. So we allow, we can't say no, but somehow on the weekends, soccer comes in, VYSL, great organization. My kids used to be part of it, but they take over our neighborhood park on the weekend. And there's really nothing we can do about it. So we don't have the ability to restrict who can and cannot use our neighborhood parks, nor do I want to go down that route. But no, it's not an equitable situation where 60% of the people pay. And it limits our ability to add park space that isn't otherwise connected to development. So the only mechanism we have right now is to charge a maintenance impact fee on new development. So if we want to add other space, we don't otherwise have a mechanism to pay for it. So that limits our ability to get up to that 4.5 significantly. Dare say we probably never get there. And then, only through increased development would we do that. But that doesn't help those older areas, if you will. So we would not have the ability to add a park in those other areas without going through some kind of process. And I understand, my last point, I understand that with some of the changes taking place at the state, that the question you had, Chairman, earlier, about how we might fund or create a citywide maintenance district might be changing.
Right.
So that with some of the changes taking place with redevelopment, that might allow cities more flexibility in terms of charging fees that otherwise wouldn't necessarily have to be voted on. So that's something I think that we might want to keep our eye on and see if there are other options that are available to us. And then one item that's not on your list, but I think needs consideration, and that's our Vacaville Performing Arts Theater and Measure I. That as we go forward in this process, and as Measure I funding goes away in 2013, it's something we're going to have to be dealing with. So I'd like at some point in time that to be included in this process, because that would have a tremendous impact, I would think, on recreation, if you will, other forms of recreation, but recreation nonetheless, if that funding were to expire and people did not have that understanding of what that impact might be. So, Pam, I don't know if it's currently the case in community services. There aren't enough parks, but at least it was a big issue when I was more involved. Thank you.
Do you have a comment to his comment, or just a comment? Comment.
I can comment.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Yes, it's still the case. But I don't think that we should lower our standard. I think a 4.5 acre standard is fine. That we haven't been able to meet it, I'm not real concerned. It seems that we have lots of park space. I think everybody's neighborhood park is like yours. It's taken over on the weekends by soccer in the fall and baseball practice, and I don't really have a concern. I know most of the people that come to my neighborhood park are not necessarily from my neighborhood, but it's a beautiful park, and I'm glad that people can enjoy it, because I can't be there all the time. In terms of that Measure I that Brett suggested, yes, I think a lighting and landscape district citywide would help cover that VPAC question, because that's the major support of that theater, and I know that there's lots of people that are concerned, and I don't think it's just the theater, but I don't know all the details. Our questions on the screen are a little bit different than the questions on the packet, and I really think there is something that I would like to address that's in our packet about the city considering adoption of a Quimby ordinance. I'm really in favor of that. I know Mr. Hesterman didn't cover what a Quimby ordinance is for the benefit of the public. I don't know if that would be appropriate now. I think it's a great idea, and I don't know what the status is. I know that it was brought before our commission, and we're all wildly in favor of it. Should the city require that all significant development proposals with a park and recreation component be reviewed by Community Services Commission? Well, of course I think that, but should new development be required to provide the current park standards? Did we ever? I'm not sure that we ever did, and I'm not sure that we should go down that path. I think if we pass a Quimby ordinance, we'll be in a better position to provide, or at least keep the level of standards that we have currently.
Good.
Did I answer all the questions?
Yes, I think you did. And I want to be cognizant of the fact that we still have input from the public as well. Committee Member Wilkins.
Well, I was just going to say, I'd like to hear what the public has to say, in part before.
So you read my mind, or I read your mind?
Yeah, before I make the comments. I like what I've heard, and pretty consistent with how I feel about it, but I would like to hear what the public has to say.
All right, I'm going to go ahead then, and we'll open it up to the public, and then we'll go from there.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Filippi again. So I need to, because all of us are back there going, we kind of remember Quimby. I know Fairfield has Quimby. So explain to us all so we are clear, because I'm in the business and I'm not exactly sure how we're going to apply Quimby, and then I have a couple of comments.
Yeah, based on our packet, and then I'm going to turn it over to the real experts then, the 1975 Quimby Act authorizes cities to pass ordinance requiring that developers set aside land, donate conservation easements, or pay fees for park improvements. And anything to add on that, or clarify?
Yeah, maybe just that it's really a means. We currently are charging a park impact fee at the time of building permit. Right. Quimby essentially would do the same thing, but it has one major advantage, is that it requires the planning for a new park at the subdivision stage. Whereas right now, we collect the fees, unless the subdivision comes in like Southtown and offers a park right from the get-go, we collect the fees at building permit. Well, that's way too late to decide that you need a park in a large subdivision. Whereas the Quimby Act, or the Quimby Act, allows a city who has an ordinance to say, hold on, before you submit this subdivision of so many units, how are you going to provide for your parkland requirements?
Is it in place of the landscape, lighting, and maintenance assessment districts, or in addition to?
No, the lighting and landscaping districts are strictly maintenance.
Okay.
Most cities use a Quimby ordinance to acquire the land, and then they use an impact fee for the development leg, and then they'll have, some cities have the lighting and landscaping districts for the maintenance leg.
All right. Then after item 6 tonight, we're going to have a quiz on the Quimby Act. So I hope you guys wrote that down, and I appreciate that. Tom?
I would love to comment on that, because actually I have worked with, in Fairfield and other places, with what he's talking about. I just want to make sure what we're proposing. Again, representing the Jefferson Ranch Landowners Group, we're proposing to address that issue, and in terms of the fact that we have shown parklands in our proposal that the landowners have agreed to and would be part of a subdivision and be paid for, much like Southtown, much like what we're proposing in the Vanden Meadows area, recognizing that we need to provide parks. When we work together with the development community, and again, I talked about this at the Community Services Commission, that developers really love to put parks in as part of an incentive, as part of a larger development, because it's a great amenity to their project. It helps sell homes. I mean, the Southtown project, we're having a great groundbreaking in a couple of weeks, and we're all excited about how that's going to improve what's going on in Southtown in terms of moving things along. I'm looking, I guess my recommendation would be the carrot approach as opposed to the stick approach, which I view the Quimby Act as a little bit of the stick approach as opposed to the carrot approach, which is what we're proposing as part of ours. We're proposing providing parkland and improvements, and we're hoping to do it through fee credit. So, I mean, I agree with Hugh that it is very difficult if you wait till the end of the day to buy land. The other comment I would make, and I made this at the Community Service Commission as well, put your parks where the landowners are willing to work with the city and get the parks that you're asking for. You have a couple of places in the other two proposals where the landowners are not in agreement and are very frustrated that their land is being shown as parks, and the likelihood, since the city of Vacaville doesn't condemn, which is, I've talked about this before, is a good thing, that we don't condemn property, you're not going to get those parks. So you're going to be short the parks that you want to get because you're showing parkland on properties that the property owner is not willing to sell, and then you're going to short yourself in the number of parks. So again, if you're working with, you have this large area, East Leisureton, which is where most of the development is going to occur. Work with the developers. We get the land as part of the development. There can be a working together situation. There was some comments made on the buffer. I just wanted to address very, very quickly that, talked about how are we going to maintain these trails and those kind of things. Again, under the LLDs that we've been talking about, that's what we had envisioned, lighting and landscape maintenance districts. We had envisioned in our plan that we would be maintaining those. As a resident of Vacaville, again, for many years, I love the idea of a citywide benefit, because how many are you dealing with, Rod? 88 or last time? Over 100 now. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine the accounting on over 100 LLDs around town? And they have to do that because each little park, each little area has those kinds of things. That's just mind-numbing. And some pay a very high amount and some pay next to nothing. Sure be nicer if it was all one district and all maintained. But that's our proposal, would be to maintain those by the landowners in that kind of situation. So those are the couple of, one other point we hadn't talked about at all, the idea of buffers on ag buffers on commercial land. Gosh, that's a real impediment there. I hope we can revisit that as we go forward. I don't want to have a long discussion. I know it's already late. But parking lots and detention basins on commercial and industrial property can be done. And if we just show a big, wide 500-foot on commercial or industrial land, we have not historically done that. I didn't even address it tonight, because historically we haven't had those kind of buffers against that kind of property. And it would be a real, have dramatic economic impacts. I think we ought to, if we're going to do that, I think we ought to talk about that some more at a future meeting. I don't want to bring it up. Okay, I don't want to bring it up more now, but I just wanted to address that particular issue. I'm here to answer any of the questions.
I think we're good. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Other public comments?
Peter Bleeker. Let's see, so I have several, and it's all totally disjointed, so hopefully you'll bear with me. Again, I wanted to preface, though, by saying, as far as Joanna and Tanya are concerned, is relative to the time issue. They're on the clock, and I'm sure they were promised that they'd be able to leave at a certain time, so we're going to have a bit of a problem, much as I would love to extend it for the full length. Let me try to be as concise as I can be at this hour. It'll get worse later. I would be in favor of at least the current amount of park space. I don't think there's adequate park space as it is. Especially looking at how people utilize it, certain times seems underutilized, but other times it's vastly overutilized, and people can't get to the parks, especially kids. Parents, I'm not a parent, but what I observe is that parents, especially with their little kids, are afraid to let them go the distance that it would take to get to a park. They don't know what's going to happen, in the area before they get there. I'd also like to see adequate funds collected to have those parks, and that would include having a Quimby ordinance. I guess the problem with carrots versus sticks is somebody has to buy the carrots, and so it always comes down to a question of money. And if you simply have a requirement that a certain amount of land needs to be allocated, I don't think that precludes working with property owners as to where that land is going to be or exactly how it's developed into a park. It just provides a minimum standard so they know up front what they're going to be asked to do. So I think it's be a good thing to do as far as the Quimby ordinance is concerned. Another point would be on parks and open space. So personally, I happen to prefer open space to parks. I'm not much of a soccer player. I might play baseball if somebody wanted to play with me, but nobody's asked me. Since open space isn't counted against this parks requirement, and parks are a lot more expensive to develop than open space, perhaps there's some compromise that could be made towards counting a certain amount of accessible open space towards a park requirement that might happen in a Quimby ordinance, or that might happen through developer impact fees or other demands that are put on developers. So that may be a way of increasing, may not be able to increase what's officially parks, but may be able to provide some sort of carrot to the developers to increase the amount of space that's allocated for recreational uses without increasing some of the costs. Another thing that probably should have been brought up in the other business, but has to do with the parks and the park overlay on the school property. My understanding is that the schools want that overlay designation to be removed in order for them to be able to get the highest bid on their property. So somewhere that fits into this mix about what to do about parks. To the extent that there's ever going to be any funding, it's probably in the city's interest not to remove that overlay. Which also brings me to another point, and that is how to fund parks in areas that don't currently have adequate parks, and sort of speaks to Mr. Johnson's, some of what he said. Perhaps under the new redevelopment regime, an area that doesn't have adequate parks could be declared blighted. We've seen a lot of open fields be declared blighted, and that might provide a way to get some funding for those parks out of some increment out of other property taxes. Because I think that if you I think there's something like 165 lighting and landscape districts, and I asked a question to City Council once of Mr. Moresco as to what the consultant cost to figure out how much each one should pay, and it was something like $50,000. He can tell you exactly. Maybe I'm wrong by a factor of 10. I don't know. Nevertheless, I think you're going to have a battle royale of people who are upset if you try to institute a citywide lighting and landscaping district. People who aren't accustomed to paying that are not going to be too happy. There's going to be all sorts of other equity arguments, which is that these guys got a really nice park, and now they're going to be paying less, whereas we're getting this old, not very good park, and we have to pay the same as everybody else. And you're just going to have a gigantic, I think it'll be a huge controversy, so probably it's not realistic, especially if you're going to try to increase taxes on some people. I guess the hope is if you have enough people that would have their taxes reduced, then you might have a constituency. Let's see, what else was I going to say? The only other point, as far as getting back to open space, I'd also like to see increased open space, because that seems to there's a lot of pressure on the uses in Lagoon Valley, for example. And right now, what we're looking at as far as Centennial Park seems like there's more and more pressure to develop that into sports complexes, golf courses, and, I don't know, hotels or whatever. So I think we need to look at more open space as well, and I'm not sure how that fits in these various requirements. And finally, as far as process goes, what I've observed in the past is that there's a certain amount of lack of coordination between the Planning Commission and the Community Services Commission, and there's some issues that where the Planning Commission has taken actions that apparently were not in keeping with what the process was supposed to be. So it'd be good if there was some way to get a closer coordination between those two bodies so that those kind of disagreements don't occur. I'm not sure whether it's good or bad for people who have business before those bodies, because maybe coordination takes additional time. And I don't know what the solution to that is, but it's just something else to look at in terms of that. And I think those are all the things that I wanted to say relative to parks. Well, I guess I should say one other thing. This idea of these linear parks, a 50-foot wide trail, I don't know how it's counted now. I don't care if it's 20 miles long. It's not really a park. It's not really open space. It's certainly an amenity that's a nice thing, but I don't think that should be counted against whatever acreage requirements are put on parks. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Peter. Do we have any other public comment at this point on this one? All right, we're going to close the public comment, and I know a number of the committee members have weighed in on some of the points already. Do we have other committee member? And I know Committee Member Wilkins was waiting to weigh in, so I'm going to give him first shot at it. And if we have anybody else that wants to weigh in, then we'll go with it.
Thank you. I definitely believe in having our parks. Parks serve as one of the elements, I think, that attracts the type of citizens we want to our community, and that is if they're inviting and so forth, you're going to have people who will select the community because of the inviting parks. And one of the things that brings joy to me is to see the use of Alamo Park, particularly of an evening or on a weekend when families take their young kids there, and that really, to me, is says several things about the neighborhood, about the community, and so forth, and the fact that you have families doing things that families should be doing, and that is playing together. When I look at the 4.5 figure, and it was a objective or what have you, and now we're looking at reducing that because we haven't met it. I think it's wrong. I think it's just like kids aren't getting A's in school, but don't reduce it because I think what you end up doing is really causing harm to the community. And now, in terms of how you pay for it, I really don't know. I appreciated what Peter had to say, because as I look at this and try to figure out, I know that if you were to raise the fees I pay for parks, I wouldn't like it because you're changing the rules of the game in the middle of the game, and that is, I already have an established budget, and I got plenty of people sticking their hand out, in the form of fees and taxes and so forth. And I think that's how the people who are in the areas where they're not paying park fees right now would look at that. One approach, and there may well be others, is as properties turn over, then introduce to the new property owner the cost for park fees. And another area that I would like to see is as we entertain the notion of this new area is bike paths. And when we talked, I heard some opposition to linear parks, and while I don't like a stovepipe, I do like the idea of where we can connect parks And that way, whether it's bicycle lanes or running paths or what have you, the only thing caution against is having areas that are attractive for people to hang out. No, let's keep them moving and enjoying the benefit of having the park the way it is. I think that when we look at the landscaping and maintenance assessment district, I think it's important that we are dealing with that. One of the worst things we can have is a park that isn't being maintained, because quickly I think it attracts the graffiti and people hanging out and doing things because the family user isn't using that park, or they'd be complaining to get the maintenance accomplished. So I think parks are an integral component of our community, and we have to do everything as a community to see that not only are we meeting the standards, and that means in some instances A, B, and C are going to have to maybe instead of 4.5 have 4.8 to 5 to begin pulling us up into that 4.5 as a standard. So this I really appreciated what I heard. Several speakers say. They're consistent with what I heard my colleagues say, and I think we're generally in agreement. And I think fundamentally what it says is we all appreciate our parks. And before I relinquish the mic, I do want to say the mention was made of performing arts and Measure I, and I think it's important that that be continued. It's another treasure in our community. Not every community can point to having performing arts and a community center like the one we enjoy. And I feel as a taxpayer, if you come to me and said we've been paying Measure I all along and we want to continue it, I for one am willing to go along with it. It's not new. It's a continuation. And I think if we roll that out and do a good sales job, the community will support it.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other committee member input? Committee member Nadasdy.
So last time I spoke, it was just questions.
Okay.
Just to be clear.
It's okay.
So to the list of responses you're looking for, I think we need to keep, I agree with everybody else, we need to maintain those current park standards. Unless, of course, the city is like somehow getting an X on the report card for not maintaining those standards. Unless your performance metrics or something say, oh, you're doing a bad job. But I don't think we should even consider reducing them. I think we have to aspire to what we've got and just continue to try and improve it. I do think that Quimby is a good thing. So I'm in support of establishing a Quimby ordinance. And to Tom's point, I know he does great things with his projects because I've seen a lot of them before the Planning Commission, and so they do provide great amenities. But 15 years down the road, we may see developers that come before the city that don't do that. So I think it's important to provide those protections and establish that benchmark as we look further out into the future. There's a comment I think it was you made, Peter, with regard to some sort of improved coordination between Planning Commission and Community Services Commission, and it almost sounds like there's a perception that there's maybe like an out of policy, and I'm just wondering if there's an example or if there's because I think we have city attorney at every meeting. So from a policy perspective, is that accurate, or what specifically?
I don't know if Mr. Bleeker's referring to a specific example. I know that we did have a project before the Planning Commission. Goodness, it's probably been a year or two ago for a wireless project in North Orchard Park, where the Community Services Commission would have liked to have seen that before it went to you for consideration. And actually, that particular project, I think, ended up being withdrawn by the applicant. I think it's gone away. But we have actually a process in place for projects in parks, and it's coordinated between our Public Works Department, Community Development, and Community Services. And there are certain things that we do send to the Community Services Commission before Planning Commission. We just really haven't had anything, I want to say, in a year and a half or so.
So in general, it's procedural that just like you're reaching out to public safety or any other group within the city, if there's something that kind of reaches into that realm, it comes to Planning Commission having already sort of gone through that protocol, correct?
Right, whatever the project is, if it's a private project, we coordinate that with all the city departments in terms of their conditions of approval. If there's something that requires another commission's purview, and again, the Community Services Commission does not make recommendations to the Planning Commission. Your recommendations go to the City Council, Community Services recommendations go to the City Council where it's appropriate, but you as a decision maker on things can consider input from anybody, whether it be another commission or another stakeholder, and especially when they're city parks, Community Services Commission, that's one of their whole purposes for being is to oversee our parks and what happens in them. So we do want to make sure that you, in approving something that has to do with one of our parks, take into consideration what the Community Services Commission sees as being appropriate there.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And then to the last question about should the city ask its residents with regard to the landscaping maintenance assessment district, I know it's probably not necessarily well received by everybody, but I think we have to keep it open as an option to consider. And I also think we have to look at pay-per-use type facilities, because we don't hesitate to take our kids to a movie, we don't hesitate to enjoy other forms of entertainment, and in some ways a park is. Not that it should be limiting the experience, but if there's something unique about the amenity in that park, like a water park or a pool, and Walter Graham was a great example, yeah, people do pay for that service. So if it improves the park offering that we're giving to our residents, then let's certainly consider it.
All right, Committee Member LeVar.
I would just have one concern regarding the landscape maintenance assessment district. I agree with Committee Member Nadazny that we need to keep our options open on this. Honestly, I wouldn't have a problem at all with putting this to the citizens for vote. I believe if we want certain services and amenities that we need to pay for them. I don't necessarily believe that I support the Quimby Act. Is that what it was? Quimby Act. I think developers are already paying certain fees when they're developing projects. I don't think it's necessarily their responsibility to be paying for parks that are already existing. So, but I would like us to look at this, looking at a citywide landscape maintenance assessment district. But my concern with that would be when I would like to believe that we're at our bottom economy-wise, but what my concern would be in tough economic years where perhaps the city needs to be looking at cutting back. Usually the first things that go are the things that aren't necessities. And if the city, because we see this with the state, the citizens will vote on something of where they want their taxes to go, and then down the road, whatever government will change that because they feel they need to spend that funding somewhere else. So my concern would be that if there are difficult economic times in the future, that funding that the citizens vote to support their parks would be pulled, let's say, to pay for, I don't know. Roads, thank you. And so now, therefore, we're not supporting what the citizens have actually asked for. So that would be my concern with that.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Greaves?
I would just like to address what Commissioner Nadasdy had to say about paying for parks. We have a park, Lagoon Valley Park, and it's actually $3 to enter that park. And if you ever go out there, you'll see that there's a whole lot of cars outside the gate. So I don't think that people are really willing to pay for park use.
That's a good point. I didn't know that. I actually didn't even know there was a cost, and I use it, but infrequently. I go in at the other side and take at the end of Butcher Road, and I could have been walking by the park box the whole time, but okay. So I didn't even know it was pay-per-use. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, so we're going to close this. So we are at, we've done 3 items out of the 6. So hang in there. At this point, it's midnight, but we're going to press on. And we're going to do a really non-controversial item now, which is level of service for traffic, which is our next item. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for hanging in there with us tonight.
Okay. Level of service is terminology for talking about the flow of traffic. I'm just going to go through this, and if Ozzie has anything to add, I'm sure he will. Level of service is rated A through F. A is the best, meaning a free flow of traffic. You don't have to stop and wait and wait and wait. F is the worst. You're stopped, you're parked, you're not going anywhere. The transportation element of the existing general plan establishes that in overall the city's policy is LOSC. This is on page 7 of your packet. For members of the public, I apologize. This is a lengthy policy with lots of exceptions and conditions currently, and so it's a little bit too much text to put on this slide. But in general, the goal is to maintain level of service C, kind of in the middle of the range there, but it does acknowledge that LOS, D, E, or F may be allowed under certain circumstances. And then the issue here is essentially that the level of service standards have implications for new development because new development is expected to make necessary improvements that are identified in order to maintain this level of service. So when you have a project that comes in that would generate new traffic, if it would cause the traffic congestion to increase on a certain road segment or at an intersection such that the level of service standard for LOSC would not be met because people would be waiting too long to go through the intersection, then that project would be expected or required to pay for their fair share of the improvements that would be necessary, whether that would be adding a left turn lane, signalizing an intersection that currently only has stop signs, widening a roadway, those types of improvements, which obviously can be very expensive for new development. And so, again, you are faced with this task of balancing the demands of new development and the costs that they could incur versus encouraging new development. So charging fees or requiring them to pay for improvements, some folks believe that could discourage new development. On the other hand, not requiring them to pay for these improvements could result in a situation where you're facing severe traffic congestion, and the city certainly can't be expected to pay for those improvements all by yourself. So that's the question that we're asking you to look at tonight. Anything to add, Ozzie?
All right. Thank you. Okay, and the questions are up on the board. Do we have any committee member comments at this point, or do we open up to the public at this point? Okay, we're going to open it up to the public. You guys can kind of tag team, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know Tom's going to want to talk about this. I assume he will. let's see. So I guess I have a lot of comments on this, and I'll try not to tell you all of them. Basically, I'm not even sure that LOSC is an adequate standard. Because right now we see a lot of congestion. Granted, it probably looks at LOSD, but we end up getting into at least LOSD with a standard of LOSC. So I think that it would even pay to look at making those standards even tighter, which is not going to be met with a lot of happiness by anybody who has to pay for them. Which brings me to another point. So this is is my understanding, one of the most expensive parts of developing, and so I think there's going to be a lot of pressure from the people who have to pay for it to change those standards, and I don't think that's fair to the existing citizens who paid for the existing roadways to a particular standard, and then later they're going to have to drive on roadways at a much higher level of congestion because the next guy who came in didn't have to adhere to those standards. But there's another problem, which is that it seems that the way it works now is that there's a threshold. So if you're developing, let's say, 50 homes, and you're not going to push an intersection from LOSC to LOSD, then you don't have any mitigation requirements. I may be wrong about that. But it seems to me it might make more sense rather than have a threshold at which, yeah, this developer is going to push it over into LOSD at some intersection, then he has to pay for everybody else's sins who came before him but didn't have to pay because they weren't going over the threshold. That it might make sense to have an incremental charge rather than just for those people who go across the threshold. So in other words, if you're bringing us, I don't know, let's say 10% closer to LOSD at some intersection, then you would be expected to pay some charge for the eventual mitigation when it finally reaches LOSD. How exactly to apportion that or what to charge, I don't know, but it's just a thought of another way of making it a little bit easier for the guy who comes in later not to have to pay for all the incremental stuff that happened before. Let's see. So a couple of minor things. One of the things that I've taken issue with in the past is that the modeling of traffic has been different than what the standards are, and without getting into too much detail, basically in the past the city hasn't used ITE standards, they've used their own standards. My understanding is they're coming more into convergence, but it might make sense to actually use ITE standards so there isn't pressure to basically create a garbage in, garbage out situation of modifying standards and therefore showing that there's going to be less traffic impact than there actually might be. I mean, that would be another way of getting around a requirement. And I think that's basically, I guess the other thing I would say is that I think this is one of the biggest irritations to people is traffic. I mean, it's one of their favorite things to complain about, maybe even before the weather. So we could try charging developers if there's bad weather, but I think this is a big complaint area, so I think it's really important not to lower the standards here. Anyway, thanks.
All right, thank you. Tom? Were you going to comment on the bad weather and developers? I saw you rolling your eyes back there.
Well, we're blamed for just about everything else, so why not the weather?
Why not the weather?
Yeah, why not the weather? I would agree with something that Mr. Blicker had said, and that should be noted duly that I am going to agree with him on something, and that is that traffic is probably the biggest issue facing all of us. I would say this, for every benefit there's a cost. There is, I hope we recognize that a level of development is healthy for a community, and that we should have a relatively a healthy amount of development so that we can grow as an economy and grow as a community and add jobs and all those various things. If our traffic standard is, as he had suggested, we're at level of service C is our standard now, and we would want to go to level of service B or A, that's unrealistic. And I think C, quite honestly, in this economy, in this world is unrealistic. One of the things I'm not sure he understands, but maybe a lot of the community doesn't understand, is that a typical house, for example, pays over $8,000 in traffic impact fees. Whether they do any improvements to the roadway system or not, they pay a traffic impact fee, which is a fairly significant fee. Just that one fee is over $8,000 per house. And then there are other issues that come along in terms of what we as development community have to do. I am terribly worried about what's going to happen. It's no secret. Poor city staff has heard me say this ad nauseum. I am concerned about how the traffic is going to look. And if we're going to use a standard level service C, I think that it's unrealistic, it's unreasonable. We are not going to be able to have enough development pay for the infrastructure that we want to have. I think sometimes we do too much in terms of our fear of traffic. I will give you two examples. Browns Valley Road right now, you can look out there. There was lots of planning and lots of fear that there would be this tremendous amount of traffic on Browns Valley Road and in that area, and the development just didn't occur, and we have a two-lane road with a massive amount of right-of-way. People now view that as their own linear parks, if you will. Vacaville Parkway, we have had a tremendous amount of concern about the amount of traffic on Vacaville Parkway, 6 lanes. Spinnaker Cove subdivision that we designed 20 years ago, the curb, gutter, and sidewalk is still about 1.5 miles off the existing edge of pavement. My point is, I think, and we've been designing some of these things to level of service C, and a lot of money is spent. And I just think, I would respectfully request that we look at a level of service D as our standard. One of the things I like to relate to, my initial work in the professional world was the first 3 years I worked was in transportation planning at Contra Costa County. So I have just enough knowledge about the subject to be extremely dangerous, and probably now don't really know what I'm talking about. But one of the interesting things about capacity design is when you're trying to come up with the capacity, and I love this analogy because it's so true in terms of traffic and what Ozzie and Jeff Knowles have to deal with, is that when you're calculating the capacity of an intersection, you assume the amount of buses, you assume the number of right turns, you assume the number of left turns, you assume 6 or 7 things, and then you multiply it out and get a number to 3 significant places, which is a little bit goofy in engineering world because you've done all these assumptions, and then you're going to adjust it and say, okay, at 0.72, and I don't remember the exact break line between level of service C and level of service D, but there's all these assumptions. And I think that when we do level of service C, it's, quite honestly, it's not economically feasible. We've seen that in our fees. We see that in some of the infrastructure that we put in the ground that doesn't get used. I would respectfully request, I'm happy to talk at length more with the committee and others, but I think level of service D is what most communities go with nowadays, and I can check the exact statistics for you if you'd like, but that's, I think, a more realistic, reasonable, economic standard than level of service C. I'm here to answer any questions.
Committee Member Wilkins, did you have a question? Or?
Tom, I guess where I come from, if your project, let's say that option C is selected, if you could do D or F there, we might enjoy C elsewhere, because they don't get out into the community. And the reason why I'm saying it is I'm not really worried about the flow in the project. I think the project will handle that adequately. Where I'm concerned and looking forward in this is the impact on the rest of the community.
Are we talking east of Leisure Town? I'm not sure where you're...
Yeah, I'm talking east of Leisure Town, but the rest of the community, because it's Elmira, coming, people are going to use it to go to the freeway if, they're going to go westbound and so forth. So, and then on weekends, they're going to be going, to the factory stores and different places, maybe the Nugget, hopefully to maybe be even the second Nugget in our community. But the issue that I see right now isn't in your project area, but it's outside the project area that we're going to have suffer the consequences in our community. So I guess, how do you address that? And I don't think there's a way to address it.
Well, Steve, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, in the 7 years we've been working in East Leisure Town area, we've had 22 variations of traffic studies done, not just in our project area, but throughout the community, because I couldn't agree with you more. I don't want to propose a project and a development east of Leisure Town Road that is impacting, Alamo Peabody or some of the other areas in town. I don't want that any more than you do. I really don't. And when we've looked at things, we've looked at, C and D as levels of service. I mean, what you do is you have this traffic impact fee. You establish and identify those areas that are going to need improvements to get to the level of service that you want as a community. And so you can design things to be level of service C, or you can design it to be level of service D. It may or may not mean that there's an extra left turn lane or an extra right turn lane or whatever the factors are in establishing that. But we have to remember, okay, those things are good, but they cost money. And there's that balance that I've probably said to this committee 4 or 5 times in the last year. There's got to be balance. It's really, it'd be great if we get a level of service at A, where you never had to wait anywhere in town. But, then you're talking something you can't possibly pay for. I'm suggesting that level of service C is in this economic, and I think we're in this kind of economy for several years to come. And in this kind of level of economy, I don't think this community can afford level of service C. Quite honestly, I think it's closer to D or E. But D is, I think, again, that reasonable compromise that I would personally like to see based on what we've done in terms of our studies and our analysis of what's, happening in this community. And then we also have to take a realistic look at what our projects are. There, for years and years, we've talked about a connection from Vacaville Parkway, Browns Valley, over to Gibson Canyon Road. I don't know the latest numbers on what that road costs, but new development is continually paying fees towards that road that is likely not going to be built, again, going back to that issue of condemnation or not condemnation. Same thing with the overcrossing of California Drive. It's been in our general plan 20 years, and we're no closer to that. I don't want to poo-poo that, but there are some projects that we're paying fees for that I think are unlikely to be built. And that's what I hope through this whole process we really look at some of those things and decide whether as a community we really want to pay for those, and are we going to get them. Again, if you're not going to condemn the land, it's very difficult. Very, very difficult to get what you're asking for.
But I guess what I would look at from a practical standpoint, what do you see based on your analysis and so forth, the impact of build out on, say, Leisure Town, Elmira, and they're at the interchange to get on 80 from Leisure Town?
There are a number of impacts, and quite honestly, I haven't reviewed the studies we've done in the last year or two because it's been a while since we've done them. But yeah, there are impacts throughout the community, and yes, there would have to be part of that fee structure to pay for that, and we recognize that. I mean, development, the mantra is clear throughout California and throughout most of the country. Development has to pay its way, no question about it. And so what I'm asking or suggesting in level of service D, as opposed to C, which is the current standard, is that we recognize that there is a cost to that. It's not free. To just say we want level of service C, that's great. Okay, well, we're going to then have a different level of development maybe than we might be expecting, because we are going to say it's already, Vacaville is there's no question about it, the highest community in this area in terms of our fee structure. Second, I mean, there's not even a close second right now. And we have very, very high fees, and I will tell you, I work with most of the major builders, and we are not having development in this community that I think sometimes we wish we'd had because of the fee structure. So I'm saying that if we go with the level of service C, then you're going to have that traffic impact fee match whatever that level of service is. And that's the component, the balance that I'm asking us to look at, because our fees are already high, and it is already chasing away development. It is. I'm not trying to be an alarmist or anything else. I think that there's a number of projects that have not been built that I've presented to the Planning Commission. There are a number of them that, we hoped to move forward and have not been able to. Development creates jobs. There's a study that says every 2 houses creates 1 long-term job for a year. Well, it's not long-term, for a year. I mean, that's a job. And we're not getting those kind of jobs. There have been 0 building permits under the new code, the 2011 code for building permits in Vacaville this year, 0. There have been some building permits issued, but they're all on the 2010 code. So, I mean, that's a concern. We can have level of service C, but it comes with a cost. It just does. And I'm sorry to ramble on. I apologize. As Maureen would tell you, I'm very passionate about this.
And I think we have another question from Committee Member Suakonen.
I didn't really have a question.
Oh,
I just
okay,
kind of had a comment.
Yeah.
I've lived a lot of places in my life. I'm an Air Force brat. I learned to drive in Washington, D.C. I live and work in Vacaville. I think we have wonderful roads and excellent traffic, and anybody who says we have bad traffic has never lived anyplace else. And I think we have a lot of underutilized roads. I think there's a lot of roads out in Vaca Valley and Browns Valley and Orange Drive that were built really big that we don't use, and I think we can easily go to a D without coming anywhere close to Sacramento or San Francisco or any of those places. We have great traffic in this town.
She's echoed my point exactly. I would agree with that 100%.
And I tend to agree with it as well. Yeah. Committee Member Nadasny.
And not a question, just a comment. But my contention with that position is we're looking at the next 20 years. And I know that we've certainly had general plan amendments come to the Planning Commission ongoing with the existing general plan, and we make revisions. And if we change it to a D now, down the road, 10 years later, somebody's going to say, move it to an F. I need a little more concession. So I think we have to keep the benchmark where it is.
Well, I
know you don't want to pay for it, and nobody wants to pay for it,
well,
but I just think we have to maintain the standard, and maybe what we need to do is be more creative in the way we approach it. And I don't know the impact of this, so I just throw it out there for consideration. But, I don't see a single roundabout in this city as a traffic calming measure. And if you look at that ramp...
We have 4.
There's one in that Browns Valley.
Okay, I can show you what...
Them, but my point is that if you go the Truckee on-ramp
I know it exactly. Yes.
The double... I mean, it's fabulous because I remember lining up. So are there other solutions like that we can employ to actually help mitigate some of the traffic, but maintain the level of service?
I totally agree with you, and in our Plan East to Leisure Town Road, we have proposed that. I proposed actually at the Bella Vista Davis Street off-ramp, that hideous off-ramp that we all deal with, I actually proposed a roundabout, and the comment to me from many in this community was, Vacaville's not ready for that, but a roundabout would have been perfect at that location. I couldn't agree with you more, and you're exactly right. You can go from a D or an E to an A with a roundabout. The difficulty in roundabouts is right-of-way. They're bigger, and you need more right-of-way, and that's the issue with those, and that becomes, again, back to the old condemnation issue. We could do a lot more different things, and I agree with this. It's a good news, bad news. The good news is Vacaville doesn't condemn. The bad news is Vacaville doesn't condemn. And we could do a lot more of these kinds of roundabouts. Now, east of Leisure Town Road, where we've got this undeveloped area, I've proposed a whole bunch of them. And the interchange at Weber Midway, perfect, exactly. And the Truckee one that you suggested was the exact template that we've shown up there. I couldn't agree more.
And so my point about seating on this point regarding level of service is that before we drop it, I think we have to look at alternate solutions. I think dropping the bar is just not the right approach to take.
I would hope this committee can let staff and everyone knows that maybe we're ready for roundabouts. We have one in Vine Street. We have one in the California Springs area. and I think there's 2 others. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we do have them.
I'm not driving over there, so I apologize. I should
that's
know.
okay. That's okay.
But I love them, and they work very well in other large urban and suburban communities all over the world. So
where you can get the right-of-way, they're fabulous. You can go DE down to A with one of those. So it's a perception issue, and it's a right-of-way issue. But I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Tom. And I knew this would be a non-controversial issue. It was exactly as I predicted. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the time. John Thompson. I really don't have a dog in this fight, but as I was listening to Tom describe the process of traffic engineering, with no disrespect to my friend Ozzie over here, Walt Graham, who I heard mentioned today, used to have an expression. He said, with traffic engineering, you measure it with a micrometer, you mark it with a ruler, and you cut it with an axe. And what he means by that is at the beginning of the process, there is absolute engineering statistical precision. But then the farther out you start to look beyond the existing condition, all kinds of assumptions and estimates and projections and things get into it. So what I think most communities that understand the trade-offs, and that's what it is, this policy issue, like all others, is a balance. You have to think not only what does LOSC do for you and what are the implications, but do you really want to have super wide streets that are largely empty other than the PM peak, so that people can hurry and get in a queue to get on the freeway, which is backed up? And the cost of planning and doing that, I suggest, would be horrendous. So all I'm suggesting in support of the idea that this requires balance is take a look at what some of the other communities are doing. They're not just adopting a standard. Some of the other cities I've worked in, there are different standards for different types of roads and different conditions. And so I think that would be a way to consider it, instead of adopting one standard that applies evenly throughout the city, which you'll never achieve, because I don't think you want the trade-offs. Look at a little bit of balance, different standards, different streets. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And just quick comment, I agree with that point. I think it's acceptable to have a lower level of service for certain streets and certain areas, and I know that's one of the questions, and at certain times of the day. I don't think that we need to have a level C all day long. We know that between, 6 and 8 or 6 and 9, it may get to a D, it may get to an F, and you accept it, and it's rush hour. I tend to think that that's perfectly acceptable, rather than mandating that you have to have a C at all areas. Go ahead. Did you have a comment?
Well, I think I'd like to add some context. I think I'll start to answer some of the questions, or at least build a box. I didn't come prepared tonight to give you a level of service standard recommendation. I do think we are moving towards, quote unquote, a lower level of service standard. Typically today, for a project to gain approval, we look at the typical midweek peak hour, 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 a.m. in the morning, to establish what the typical driving experience for those people going to work are going to feel. I did put together, I don't know if we can put up the table of the comparable jurisdictions in the area. At least this is a quick search of area jurisdictions in Dixon. Their council told them they wanted C. In Fairfield back in 2002, they did come up with a differential standard for arterials, collectors, and local streets. Something spoken to here tonight. Pleasanton has a D with even specific exemptions at gateway intersections, a nice way to say the freeway intersections. City of Santa Rosa also has D. A big one these days in terms of smart growth is to grant exceptions in the urban cores to allow the higher density without preventing it by having a level of service standard that would prevent it. Stockton has gone to D as well, and City of Roseville kind of came up in the middle of this, saying, well, it's C for 70% of the intersections, and we're going to allow 30% of the intersections to go to a lower level of service. This is the context we're in right now. City of Vacaville, the way the policy of the general plan policy says our goal is C. So when a project comes in, the idea is to try to mitigate for the 20-year projection to get it to C. But it does allow decision makers to accept D and there are specific exemptions for E&F. And the way that is implemented is that if we feel that the project has benefit, decision makers can be Public Works Director and Community Development Director going through a process of the neg deck and the environmental, allowing that D. In the CEQA, we've labeled those as potentially significant impacts, and through a process that can be approved, in my mind, today. There are concerns. In this general plan update, we are going to be making a transition from the level of service methodology from what's called volume to capacity ratio right now to delay-based. That delay base takes into account a lot of detail about the intersection operations, and it allows for the signal timing to be included in that methodology so that you can optimize the way that signal addresses the volumes that are entering it. And hopefully that will also make it less likely to hit that mitigation sooner when a signal timing improvement can facilitate a better level of service. The other aspect I wanted to address was Mr. Bleeker's comment about not using ITE. What ITE does is take representative samples at uses nationwide and establishes based on that this percentile of trip generation for that given use based on acreage, square footage, however it's done for the given use. In what the difference that Mr. Bleeker refers to is that within the modeling process, we go through a process to take the existing land use, go through the process of assigning that land use, developing the trips it generates at ITE rates, and seeing how that turns out on our roadways and calibrate it against actual counts at the major locations throughout town. And in general, we've found that it used to be 75 to 80% of those ITE rates is where we were coming out for PM peak hour. We're creeping a little bit closer to 85 to 90% of that rate now. That accounts for, I know of people in Vacaville that will miss those peak hours to make their daily commute because they don't want to get to San Francisco or the Bay Bridge when it's backed up. So it accounts for some of those things, and it's a process by which it's a modeling. There are assumptions that go into it. I can't deny that, but it's the best industry practice of trying to get rates established for our uses here in Vacaville compared to what we're actually seeing on the street. And then we carry those forward into the future years based on the vacant land and the zoning and land use assumptions that are built into it to project what those volumes will be in the future. The examples that are given to you tonight, I can give you fairly good, I hope, reasons. Browns Valley, there was a whole lot more development in not the current general plan, but the one prior to that, north and west of Browns Valley, Vacaville. There was a significant level of potential development, and to the west, part of the reason Vacaville's Parkway has been shown connecting west to Gibson Canyon was there was a significant level of development that could have happened in that area. The other reason Vacaville Parkway extension is still in the traffic impact fee program is it provides another east-west connection without everybody having to filter down to East Monte Vista, where we're seeing some congestion at Depot. I had people tell me when we designed one of my first issues that I had to deal with was Mason Depot, and we were building a runway out there. I challenge you to go out there now at PM peak hour now and say that it's too large. It's still it services well. It's still at sea, but there are people in every lane and utilizing the full aspect of that intersection. So that just to somewhat tie that to the policy plan issue, what needs to be understood when you're asking for that flexibility, you're also asking us to make a reasonable assumption for what land use is going to happen in that policy plan area. And to give you ultimate flexibility would be to put it all in highway commercial and provide the roadways to do that. Now, nobody's doing that. We're not saying that we're going that direction, but we need to make reasonable assumptions. And when the actual projects don't meet those assumptions, and what has been brought to you as the issue on Vacaville Parkway is when we were being asked to consider retail development within the Vacaville Business Park, it's not that it was using the ultimate capacity, but it was taking the existing two-lane Vacaville 505 overcrossing to the limit, and it was the aspect was that as if under our current policy of looking at existing plus approved projects, if that project would have been approved, everything else out of that would have, everything coming after that would have had to face the fact that Vacaville overcrossing would have had to have been widened prior to them being able to gain approvals. So that's the balancing act. I think at this point what we would put forward to you is as we finalize and get through this alternatives analysis, we will have a better idea to tell you that if we maintain level of service C, this is what some intersections and roadways are going to look like. If we go to D, these could get cut back, and give you a better basis to make a decision on what that level of service standard should be. I think what we're looking for from you at this point is, though, should we even consider D if right-of-way and roadway improvements become a cost-prohibitive issue for development to face?
Thank you. I appreciate the clarifications, and I think everybody's going to appreciate, the scenarios, that will come at a later date. Committee Member Nadazdi.
I love that Browns Valley Parkway is still nice and wide, actually, so I will never complain about that. I think you guys did a great job planning that. And I think that's probably why it's still a desirable area that contributes. Great parkland, you've got that green space. It's still a nice neighborhood, and not that other neighborhoods aren't nice, but it's desirable, and I don't see that as a negative at all. One thing, I appreciate you clarifying that even with level C in the current policy, there's still room to modify the level based on the discretion in certain circumstances. So we do have that flexibility already, and I think it's important to take that same thought process forward and not just declare, we need to decrease or we need to keep it exactly at C, but make sure that we're consistent with this kind of flexible approach, because I actually think the roads are very good. There are some busy places in town, but in general, what we've been doing has been working. So one other thought, when we're looking at this, and I remember the modeling tool, I still get stressed looking at that deterioration of traffic, the simulation you guys did. But one of the things I wonder about is, does the deterioration in the level of service contribute to increased traffic accidents, pedestrian accidents? And I think it's really important that we evaluate the impact on public safety before making a decision, and understanding the modeling and the statistics around that is important.
Can I speak to that for just a second? Sorry, I may be speaking out of school here, but I think as you saw mentioned in your packet, at least from a planning or urban design standpoint, I think the flip side of what you just said is that having a higher level of service, what level of service looks at is the flow of vehicles. And so some bicycle and pedestrian advocates might say that it's okay for traffic to be congested because slower traffic and narrower roadways and smaller intersections are actually easier and safer for pedestrians and bicyclists to navigate.
Thank you. And I know we got two members of the public that want to speak. I've got one committee member that's got a comment, and then you're next, sir. Go ahead, Committee Member Wilkins.
I guess just listening to a couple of comments made, I'm really appreciative of this slide that's up there, and I'm intrigued with what the city of Fairfield did. I think it's along the lines of what John had mentioned. And Ozzy, could you just give an example here, what an arterial is, what a collector is, and then the local? And then do you know how Fairfield arrived at this? setting it up this way versus, say, doing what the other cities have done, and they've gone citywide with, some expressed exceptions.
I would need to get back to you. I'm more than happy to contact Fairfield to know exactly how they got to the varying level of standard. I'm assuming it's basic. I mean, because what can happen as well is facing the reality that an uncontrolled arterial intersection like it's going to escape me, but anyway, the arterials are the Elmira's, Peabody's, Vacaville Parkway. We're limiting access to residences and commercial. The main point of them is to get them from point A to point B, connect to the freeway, and the collectors are the next step down. They're taking the residential areas, filtering the traffic off the residential streets, collecting those cars. You can have a few, from the customer service side, the collectors probably give me the most grief because people buy on those. They end up with more traffic, greater speeds, because they're seeing more traffic collect out of those residential neighborhoods to connect to the arterials and then to the freeways. A local street is the street at the point at which you've got the residential driveways on every 50-foot lot, and they're generally lower speed, lower volume. And I think the part of what I've heard in just speaking with people in traffic is everybody feels the level of service at their local streets. You're having to get out of your house every time. You're going to feel that. And just as I think the comment was made is when you look at the peak hour, we've come to the point where we expect the comment that you drive a whole lot of other places. I think a lot of people in Vacaville make decisions of when to leave town and which direction to go based on they don't want to go eastbound towards Sacramento on Friday afternoons on summer weekends. I mean, you start to make decisions based on the congestion that you know. So my expectation is they ended up with that varying standard to meet people's expectations. When you get to the major streets, you can expect some delay. You expect there to be more traffic and more delay. And to also provide a better level of service where you live and where the streets can see maybe a little bit more usage. I would never advocate kids playing in the street, but them riding their bikes and those kind of things. Hopefully it's a safer place to be.
All right, thank you. And sir, come on up. I apologize.
It's okay. Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Gary Lasky. I'm a planning and development consultant to the A.G. Spanos Company, which owns the Vacaville Business Park. But I also served on the City of Fairfield Planning Commission when we went through our general plan update. And I could give you some thoughts on that. One of the things I wanted to mention, from a planning standpoint, it's very difficult as a city grows, and Vacaville made the decision, like a lot of other cities in California, that rather than sprawl, we want to go up vertically, smart growth, whatever you want to call it. Once you go that direction, you get away from the suburban type of traffic that we were used to, which is the level of service C, and your growth is going to incur inside those city limits at a higher intensity. And that's why a lot of cities have gone, you can see the cities that have gone from more suburban to a urban environment go to a level of service D. I also agree with the idea, and what we did in Fairfield was we realized that we could not provide the same level of service at all the streets. We took a look at the local streets are primarily the residential streets within your neighborhoods. We wanted to maintain that level of service very high, but we saw in our arterial streets where a lot of the new growth was coming. If we wanted to have that growth, we needed to look at the level of service D to make that happen. And so it is a series of trade-offs. One of the things I also wanted to mention in the Vacaville Business Park, when State Comp went through, I mean, one of the things, and Ozzie does a good job of this, there's other alternatives from a planning standpoint that you can do to address traffic. And they did a traffic management plan, took a look at, staggering times in terms of starting and ending their work days. There's other things you can do in terms of city bus service and providing developers, as they go through projects, do traffic studies, take a look at some things. Planning-wise, you also want to, as you get more intense and more urban, is take a look at putting uses close to one another. So rather than people driving across town to use a supermarket, you've got a supermarket nearby, you have a school nearby, you have those types of a park nearby. And so I think the city's done a good job at encouraging that in the recent projects. So that's all I want to say is I think you have to look at possibly a lower level of service and see possibly changing it based on street usage or neighborhoods. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Finally.
Jim Gillum, thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I couldn't agree more with the last speaker. As you do look to have more intense development in the core of the city, it's important to understand that with that comes additional traffic impacts. The other thing that drives traffic impacts is the growth in the amount that each of us drives. And somebody earlier made a comment that development has to pay their own way, but in fact when we do traffic studies that show that the existing levels of service are substandard, we're actually making up for existing deficiencies when we build a roadway that has capacity that was eaten up by the internal growth, the internal population growth, family size getting bigger and more vehicles per household. Things like that. If you look at the ITE numbers over the past several decades, you'll find that the VMTs, the vehicle trip miles, have increased fairly substantially. And so that's something that the general public doesn't always understand, and so they think that all the congestion does come from new development. And certainly there are additional trips from new development that pays their own way, but there's this internal growth as well. So something for the committee to consider when thinking about, how the city of Vacaville views traffic, and is it all a function of new growth? And appreciate your time. Oh, I did have one more thing.
Certainly.
With regard to the weather, we may not be blamed for it, but AB 32 is ensuring that we pay for the weather as developers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. All right. No other public comments at this point. We'll go ahead and close it out. Do we have any other committee member comments at this point? Yes, we do. Committee Member Johnson.
I just wanted to, I think it was a great discussion. I wanted to thank the speakers for sticking with us. Good insight that I didn't think this was, when we started here, I thought C, I wouldn't, consider going less than that. But I agree with what Denise said. I think for folks who haven't lived elsewhere or worked elsewhere, we've done a very good job, I think, of managing the growth. And I appreciate Ozzie putting up that chart to see that other communities have different standards. And so I'd be willing to accept something more flexible along the lines of Fairfield. I don't know quite, I'd go to the city of Santa Rosa. I don't know why they didn't exempt the freeway, because I think the freeway through there is always an F every time I've gone through at all times of the day. So they should have exempted the freeway. But, those of us that have been around here for a while, not to try and jump on 80 to go to Fairfield on a, Sunday afternoon, and you'd make alternative plans. So the traffic's there, you can get around it. So I'd be interested to see what going to a higher standard would mean, as you had offered earlier, and would be willing to look at some of that. I'd also ask, as Tom mentioned a while back, to reconfirm some of these other big issues, these big dollar issues, the overpass, the California Drive overpass. I don't know what that's going to cost, but I got to believe it's a monster at this point. And I don't know anyone that could possibly pay for that by themselves. And that's huge cost, I got to believe, for the city. Vacaville Parkway Connector, huge cost. I don't know whether we're willing to consider that. And I'd like to reconfirm, because I don't want people looking 20 years from now saying, look, like we're looking back 20 years, how come that hasn't happened? I want to see if those are still viable alternatives given the cost. And people do make those decisions. I moved to Vacaville. I found a perfect house that backed up to Leisure Town Road. I went down to the city and say, what are the plans? Say, oh, we're going to have a 6-lane road through here. And I thought, whoa, I don't want to live, with a 6-lane road behind me. Well, gee, I guess we haven't done that, have we? So people do make decisions based on, those future impacts. And I just like this to be realistic in today's, environment, what the dollar costs are, and make sure that we're not setting the standard too high that we can't even reach it down the road.
Committee Member Nadazny?
On my laundry list that included roundabouts, you brought up bike lanes, and or cyclists, and I hadn't thought about that. But as we're considering traffic overall, if we can account for bike lanes somehow in policy where possible, I think it's a good consideration.
Committee Member Krim.
Yeah, just the last question. Should the city reduce or relax the level of service requirements for desirable projects? Could maybe just elaborate on what we mean by desirable projects?
Well, the main reason that's there is for the same reason our current policy is that if it goes to E and F, it still could be accepted, but it needs to go to council, and it would need to be, and the CEQA process would require that it be shown as an impact, and that we're willing to say there's overriding considerations. So, I mean, that's the main thing I would point you to, is that are we willing to approve a project that would have that significant impact? Okay. And it would take, ultimately, it's council with staff's information that we could provide you to make that decision, but is that project worth allowing a level of service to degrade to that point?
Yeah. And I think that's a smart choice. I think that we should have that flexibility.
Rather than just the firm cutoff that it goes D to E. Right now, under our congestion management plan, if a route of regional significance goes from E to F, that project can't go forward. I mean, it doesn't meet that standard, rather than having some condition that, look, it's 1% of the traffic or some other criteria to establish that, is it reasonable just to say you can't develop? So that's what that is speaking to, is there a desire of this committee to see a level of service standard be held emphatically, or are there conditions and are there projects under which you would like to be able to see projects approved that may not be able to meet that standard? And it kind of speaks to the issue of that flexibility.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that makes great sense. It really does. Committee Member Wilkins?
Ozzie, in your opinion, would what Fairfield did allow us that flexibility? In other words, D for arterials, C for collector, and B for local?
It goes in that direction, but I still think we would want those exceptions. I think those would be our standard, but we would still enumerate under which conditions that we would accept any of those going to maybe the next level down. And again, I think the conversation will take a whole lot more context once we can tell you where we're at under the three alternatives and say how much of that flexibility do we really see. Because under our current policies, it's a first-come, first-served system. The capacity that ends up being is there today and or is built is basically used on a first-come, first-served basis. And then something I may have missed in trying to address under Mr. Bleeker's comments that, a project that only has 50 projects doesn't pay. Everybody is paying traffic impact fees. For those projects that we look out 20 years, that we say that there is not one project, but all projects, like, at the point we did it last time, the Vacaville extension, the California Drive overcrossing. And just to speak a little bit to the California Drive overcrossing, the reason that's in there is the issue of Alamo Merchant in the morning peak hour. And something we will be looking at and coming back to you is building what could be a $3 to $4 million project with no ramps and access to the freeway, or adding access, is it worth fixing an Alamo Merchant issue? We may need to do it to address it, but all of that needs to get weighed in the balance along with the level of service standard.
All right, can we close this one out then? Good. All right, our last break was 2.5 hours ago. Are folks hanging in there okay? Let's press on.
No, quick break.
Quick break? All right, we're gonna do it's 5 at 10, and we're gonna do till 10 o'clock. And our next item on the agenda is going to be Lagoon Valley. So, oh no, I'm sorry. I apologize. That was a short one. Our next item will be other issues, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
So it's not just us, it's human nature. Well, I can park here in that
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started again. We'll get started and we'll cover the last two items. What we're going to do is we're going to do other issues, and I know other issues would logically come last. But when we did the count, we had two folks that wanted to talk on other issues, so we moved it ahead, or I moved it ahead. So, actually, I think, one of the two has, so maybe just one on other issues. So why don't we do that? Or do we need Maureen to do that? Or
No, other issues is simply just that.
it's like round robin, yeah. Yeah, and I want to see do we have any committee members that think there are other issues that we have not talked about tonight that need to come up? All right, I don't see anything there. Do we have any members of the public? And I know we have folks that want to talk about other issues. So we'll go ahead and open the public forum at this point. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Thompson, appearing on behalf of the Vacaville Unified School District. As some of you may know, I used to work for the city, and 8.5 years ago when I left that role, I thought for sure I would never have to talk about a general plan or a specific plan again. And I want you to know this is now the third community I've done one of those two projects with, and all with DC&E. So as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to go home and take stock of my life, because something is out of whack here. I want to suggest another policy for your consideration, and it has to do with the downtown. My assumption is you, like I, and I think most of Vacaville, believe we have a terrific downtown. And I think you also know that didn't just happen. That was a result of lots of planning and hard work and public investment and cooperation from downtown and entrepreneurial developers and on and on and on. So I would suggest that you give some thought to how can the general plan help to promote those same elements in 20 years future. You have a document that I'm not sure how much you've looked at. It's called the Opportunity Hill Master Plan. And it was developed, Maureen, do you remember what year that was adopted? Anybody know? 2008, okay. So it's a few years old, but I happen to think it's a pretty good document, and it talks about the kinds of transit-oriented development, mixed use, more urban context for the downtown that I think a lot of cities are going to, because it helps to promote the downtown and more affordable housing and all the, I won't go into the litany of positives with densifying the urban core, but it's also the kind of projects that in the future will receive grant funding from the regional agencies because they want to promote that kind of project. So I would just respectfully request that you consider a policy on how can the general plan help to promote the principles that are in the Opportunity Hill Master Plan. I think it's a good document worthy of your consideration. And I think with that, unless you have questions, I'll go home and take stock of my life.
I see no questions. So I thank you, sir. I thank you for your comments, and I thank you for waiting around so long to make those comments.
My pleasure.
Okay. Do we have any? Peter?
Let's see. So Peter Bleeker once again. Let's see. Here's a list of other items that I wanted to talk about. So I'm not going to talk about them all. I guess there's sort of two main things that I wanted to mention, and one is to enunciate some sort of general principles about the general plan. So we've had a lot of talk about sort of in-between specifics, but there's two things that I'm thinking of. One is have some sort of Hippocratic oath that, in my mind, says that the first thing is we're not going to do any harm to the existing residents. And I've seen a lot of people, I don't know if I should say a lot, I've seen people come up to the City Council and the Planning Commission and say, you know, who are your customers? Are your customers the people who live in Vacaville now? Are your customers the people who are going to live in Vacaville down the road? Are they the developers? Are they the business people? So I think there has to be some thought of who the customers are and a general statement of whose interests are actually going to be represented in a general plan. And I would suggest that number one should be the existing residents, and that would include the existing businesses that are there in Vacaville. And the other thing that actually came up in the previous item is the question of whether we want Vacaville to be an urban type of city, or do we want it to continue to be a suburban type of city? I mean, part of what I've been hearing is that, well, as Vacaville grows, you're just going to have to accept that traffic is going to get worse and all these other conditions are going to get worse, and that's the price of this growth, and we really have to have growth. It's not clear that the growth that we're talking about is actually economically beneficial. There's certainly people, there are winners and losers. So it harks back to the previous item, who do we want to be the winners, who do we want to be the losers? The economics of housing development have changed a lot. It used to be that because of the rate of appreciation of housing, every time you built a new house, you got way more tax money. That's not going to happen anymore, at least not for the immediate future. Well, let's say 5 or 10 years, that's unlikely to be happening. But the costs of providing services, haven't heard about that. And medical costs go up, everything else goes up that's needed to provide the services. So the economics of building more housing, as I've said from the very beginning of this process, need to be analyzed closely in this economic analysis. And I think we need to make some sort of decision as to how big we actually want Vacaville to be, how much character of the existing city are we willing to lose in order for whatever gains we see, and you know, we've heard it over and over again that, well, we have to have development. Well, what kind of development and how much? There's trade-offs, and we need studies that DC&E hopefully is going to do, or their subcontractors will do, that hopefully will tell us what the costs are as well as the benefits. So that's sort of the big picture that I think it's important to put some principles into the general plan about those things. My list of other things, I'm just going to tell you the subject headings, and by no means exhaustive, but issues about developer impact fees. There's a whole bunch of things to worry about there. There's issues about how often variances are granted. I've seen a lot of variances granted, and there's concerns, well, I won't go further. Maybe we should consider how readily variances and exceptions are granted. There's all sorts of issues that relate to standard conditions, things like setbacks. Another thing on my list is CPTED, is crime prevention through environmental design. I'd like to see some of that built into the general plan. There's issues about what we're going to do as far as building on slopes. There's issues with noise. I'd like to see, you know, some more detailed analysis of noise and probably a stricter noise conditions in the general plan. Air pollution. There's a whole bunch of things that happen with air pollution, especially temporary projects. There's issues of whether people get compensated in any way for their discomfort from air pollution for temporary projects. This issue of eminent domain, maybe that should be codified in a general plan that Vacaville will adopt a formal policy of not taking property by eminent domain. There's an issue about Williamson Act cancellations. What I've seen is that whenever the city deems it convenient, it says, let's just cancel the Williamson Act contracts. So that's something that needs to be considered. So the other side is blank. But I think there's quite a few things that should be thought about. Unfortunately, I don't really see, you know, looking at what happened today with this ag buffer, there just doesn't really seem to be enough time that's allocated for in-depth discussion of these things, and I don't know how to resolve that. I mean, there's some of the discussion I've seen up here, you know, the devil is in the details, and there just isn't time to get into all the details. So I don't know how that's a serious problem. I don't know how you're going to resolve that. I would suggest have workshops among yourselves that don't necessarily involve the consultants and thereby don't incur further costs. But I think that you guys need to do a lot more discussion. There's just scads of things that have to be thought about. So that's all I want to say on the other issues. I mean, I guess I'll try to submit some of this in writing so that you don't have to listen to me blather on about it for hours on end. Thanks.
Peter, we have a question or a comment?
Yeah, quick comment for Peter. So when you walk up under other and you've taken your stopwatch off, I started to worry. But you know, I always appreciate what you have to say at any one of these meetings that you attend, because I think it really provokes consideration. And you don't represent a developer, you don't represent a particular interest. You really kind of bring just sort of things for us to consider, and I really appreciate that. So your commitment to coming to these meetings and sort of thinking through things that I know I haven't always thought through gives me, pause to consider them. So thank you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And I took the stopwatch off because I didn't think I was being very strictly enforced, and since Mr. Early wasn't here, I wasn't that worried about it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Thank you for being brief and just going through the laundry list rather than going into detail given the late hour. I appreciate that as well. Do we have any other issues from committee members or public? I'll close the public if there are no other members of the public that want to come up. Anything from the committee members, or shall we move on to the last item of the night? Let's move on to the last item of the night then, which is correlation between general plan residential land use designations and zoning districts.
I will present that item. I don't have a stopwatch. I do. But Joanna does. I'm going to try to go through this topic fairly briefly. I think the issue perhaps isn't one that involves or requires the amount of discussion that we might have thought it was going to a few months ago. This is an item which kind of sounds like the title of a master's thesis, I was told. It has to do with an issue that came up during our housing element preparation process, and we said that we would look at it. It was also brought up, I believe, at one of your prior committee meetings, actually by Mr. Filippi. So we did take a look at it. The issue is that under our general plan, and I'll just give a concrete example, if we have a site that's designated residential low density in the general plan, when we come in and zone that property, our policy right now is that the zoning would be at the lowest density allowed. So for residential low density, I believe that's going to be 10,000 square foot lots. And a landowner has to, in theory, kind of work their way up the density range to the highest density, which I think is 4,500 square foot lots, by showing us a development plan and project. And the issue that was raised is, should we reverse our policy and think about zoning all our properties at the high end of the density range going into the process, and that way there's perhaps more guarantees for the developer up front, and if they choose to, they can submit a request to downzone the property. After really thinking about it, I think the best resolution and the best way to look at this is that in our new growth areas, where we really are going to have the bulk of our new residential projects, we expect there to be specific plans. We're going to have very specific general plan designations. We're going to have specific plans like North Village, like Vanded Meadows, like Brighton Landing, that will be coming before you. And with that, we will be putting very specific zoning in place for the project that's before us for a large master planned area. There won't be any land zoned at the base density unless that's what the specific plan shows for it. So I think that issue kind of resolves itself in our new growth areas. For within the city, I think it's a little bit different, because there are quite a few, not a lot, but there are quite a few vacant residential parcels in town, and usually the parcels that are left at this stage of our city's growth are the parcels that are really true infill, that are surrounded by neighborhoods already, or they've got some kind of environmental constraints that make them very difficult to develop, whether it be access, topography, wetlands, or whatever. And to reverse our policy now on those infill sites and go and rezone those at the higher end of the density range, I think would cause us some issues, especially with our neighborhoods. We have, I think, a very good practice of working with our neighborhoods when we have projects to hear their concerns, try to adjust a project design, density, to be compatible with neighborhoods. And if we start out with that high end of the density range, I think we're kind of putting that process at a disadvantage. And I don't think we want to be in a position to go through the city. And again, there's not a lot of sites left that don't have entitlements, that don't already have a project approved. There just aren't that many properties. And so I think what our proposal would be is that we continue our current policy of having the base density apply to our infill sites within our existing city, but within our new growth areas, that we expect that there be specific plans so that there's upfront commitments to the landowner and developer, and there's upfront commitments to those residents as they move into those projects. They know upfront with that specific plan what's expected. So that's kind of the bulk of my presentation, and I guess we're looking for the committee's feedback on that as a concept.
Thank you, Maureen. And for it being a master's thesis, you summarized it pretty well, so I appreciate that. Vice Chair Greaves.
Now, in your example, our policy is, and I apologize for getting these terms mixed up, larger lots. You assume the largest, lowest density. If a developer wants to put a project in there at an increased density, then they would apply for a variance?
The process would be, and let's take our hypothetical example again, a piece of property that's designated residential low density. That allows for about 3 to 5 units per acre. That's kind of your standard density for most residential neighborhoods in the city. The base density on that would be 10,000 square foot lots. So if the developer comes in with a subdivision proposal for 10,000 square foot lots, there's no rezoning required. They come in with their subdivision, it comes to the Planning Commission for approval. They want to go to a higher density, let's say 8,000 square foot lots, or 6,000 square foot lots, or even 4,500 square foot lots. They don't come in with a variance, they come in with a request to rezone the property to that other zoning designation that's still within that 3 to 5 units per acre. It's just more lots per acre.
So is there really any difference if you reverse the process? In other words, if it's zoned at the higher density, wouldn't they still have to apply for rezoning?
If they wanted to move down to lower density, yes. And I think the issue is for sites that are in town, and I'll use the Solano Irrigation District headquarters site as my other hypothetical example, is the City Council just recently approved, upon the Planning Commission's recommendation, to designate that property for residential use. It had previously been, I think, public facilities. And it's at a density range that allows 5 to 8 units per acre. We haven't done a rezoning on it yet. I expect at some point in time either the city will initiate that, or the current landowner or a potential developer will come in with something. If we started out at the high end right now, 4,500, I'm sorry, actually the high end for that project would be a clustered zoning, something like the Portofino project behind McDonald's, for example. If we came in with the high end of that zoning without a specific project showing where the homes are going to be, where's the shared parking, where are we going to have the 1-story and the 2-story units next to existing homes, there's some interface issues there with infill sites that we don't have out in the growth areas because we're starting with a clean slate. And so my concern is that we're changing the expectations for those in the neighborhood by reversing what's been our practice. For changing the practice out in our growth areas, we're not changing expectations for anybody because we're dealing with raw land with the whole master plan like a North Village. So I think it all gets down to trying to respect those neighborhoods in terms of what's the zoning, because if we come in with a zoning for a higher density project without a plan, there's a lot of unknowns and sometimes fear from neighbors on what to expect, and it's a lot easier for them to support a project if they can see what it looks like versus just it's going to be 9 units per acre. It's a lot easier for us, for the Planning Commission, to consider a rezoning if they know what is the project going to look like. So hopefully that helps.
I understand, but I think my point is I just really didn't see a difference between the process. If it's one way, if it's zoned one way, and the developer wants it another, they have to ask for a change.
No matter what, they do have to ask for a change.
So I don't see a point in changing it. And I agree that there should be a level of expectation from the existing homeowners in the neighborhood. Thank you for that.
Committee member, no, that's okay. Committee member Nadasdy.
But moving one way with the zoning is sort of contemplating what we've said as a city seems to work. Moving the other way is potentially just easier for a developer to not have to navigate, because more likely they're going to want to go in with more houses to choose from. I mean, economically, it just makes more sense from them. So the likelihood is you're not going to go the other way. And I think, the city staff does a really good job being flexible when there are requests. And I know we've seen a lot of projects at the Planning Commission to change the zoning. And so I think a lot of consideration goes into those projects already. And so I actually think keeping it the way it is, has worked well.
All right. I don't see any other committee members' comments, so I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public.
So, wasn't really planning on talking on this, but I can't resist. I guess a few, and somebody's probably rolling their eyes, but I guess I wanted to sort of echo what Ms. Nadasdy said, which is that I think it's more convenient for the developers. Tom Filippi isn't here. I think I heard him originally make that proposal. It simply makes it easier to put in denser housing. That's basically what it comes down to, without going through extra application procedures, and brings the certainty that they can put in that denser housing. I, on the other hand, feel that the housing is already too dense. People are living cheek by jowl, and that leads to a lot of friction. And I'm not, I don't think I'm the only one. I've heard people come up here complain about setbacks. So this is basically a way to make setbacks even less, sort of through the back door. It's a way of redefining what the zoning means. Basically, if you want to have denser zoning, then simply create a denser zoning designation and use that for what's there. And that'd be my thinking on it. The other side of the coin is we also heard comments today about how, based on how things are zoned, what land use designations there are, assumptions are made for infrastructure planning. So I guess my question for this would be, if one assumes that a particular zoning designation or land use designation is going to come in at a much higher density, are the implications for the infrastructure planning then going to be that now we need to plan for a lot more infrastructure, which, again, the developers probably would not be too happy about because they're going to have to pay more for their infrastructure. So I guess that's sort of a question, whether this would impact that or not, and something for you guys to consider.
Maureen?
I can just address that very briefly. That's another angle of it. And again, for the infill areas, I don't think it's a huge issue in terms of infrastructure costs, just because there aren't that many vacant residential lands in the city limits that don't have any approvals on it. But it would mean that we would assume that higher level of density for those sites, and that would translate into, for traffic, for example, more trips, which would translate into potentially different requirements for roadway improvements, which means higher fees. So there is that. I don't think that's a huge issue for the infill sites, though, because there just aren't a lot of them left.
And for larger developments, I guess the point was that because those come in as specific plans, it doesn't really affect those?
That would be correct. With specific plans, you're identifying up front exactly how many units would be allowed under what zoning designation, and the infrastructure is tied to that. So there's a lot more certainty for both the city, the neighborhood, and the landowners up front.
So are there any in-between areas? Like, so there's the infill where this is a problem, but the impact is small. There's the specific plans for these large developments where it doesn't matter because it's going to come in a specific plan. Are there any in-between size developments that might occur where this would really actually make a significant difference as far as the fee structure? Through the chair, but...
in between areas. There are some areas in town that I'm thinking the Gibson Canyon area where we still have some vacant lands that don't require specific plans.
What about Rice McMurtry?
Yeah, Rice McMurtry for the most part already has entitlements, or there's constraints based upon infrastructure already up there. So we would have to do a study of all the vacant parcels and land in town to really answer that question. But I don't see it's really an issue for the infill sites.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Any other public comment? No? Okay. We're running out of public rapidly. All right, I'm going to go ahead then and close the public comment. And do I have any committee member comment on this at all? And I know this is an important issue, and I think a lot of folks are kind of hitting the wall at about 10:30. I'd kind of be interested. I don't want anybody to do an exhaustive study. I know we're not the only people, the only city or municipality that's encountered this. I'd kind of be interested, how other, I don't know, and I don't want to say like-sized, but probably like-sized cities have dealt with this. And if they have, how do they have any experience with it? Has it been going on a couple of years, and if they did, what's happened? On there, because as you say, and I think you pointed it out with your discussion with Vice Chair Greaves, that it is kind of a double-edged sword, and you're kind of going back and forth no matter what you do. So, I think I'd be interested in seeing some of that. And I think it's definitely an issue, though, that we need to address. Go ahead.
I'd be happy to do just a brief survey of some of our neighbors in this county and see what they do in terms of their general plan policy. I'm sure it's a little bit of a mixed bag because there's different circumstances, but we can see what some of our neighbors do.
Yeah, and if they saw any foreseeable downside, to doing something like that. I mean, there's obvious benefits, there are. So, all right, committee member Nadasdy.
And not to make it a bigger project, but not just like size, but like character. Because I think that's part of what makes Vacaville unique.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, so I see no other committee member lights, so we can move on. Now, our next item on the list then was public comment, and we've done public comment all the way through, so we're not going to do that. Why don't we go through then next steps, and then we'll do steering committee member comments.
The next steps, the most immediate next step is that there's going to be a community workshop on Saturday, August 20th, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, and we are going to be talking about the types of policy questions that we've talked about here tonight. That's the community workshop on general plan policy issues. And I don't think we're going to obviously probably get into as much detail as we got here tonight, but we're asking the public for to highlight their issues and concerns. Then we will, you know what, this slide is incorrect. It says steering committee meetings to review draft policies. I apologize for that. It should say that these are the steering committee meetings to review the land use alternatives. We're going to bring back the results of the alternatives evaluation to you and go over that. We currently have 3 meetings scheduled, and our first meeting is going to be a combined steering committee meeting and public workshop, and I'm excited about that format. It's something that we've done in other communities, and I think it works really well. I hope that it will give you a chance to interact with the public in small groups, and the public will be very involved in your discussion, but it will be opened and closed formally as a steering committee meeting. So that's going to happen on Thursday, September 8th, and then the following 2 Thursday evenings, we're going to continue our discussion of the land use alternatives with the goal of getting some direction from your committee on your vision for a preferred land use alternative in the citywide focus areas as well as in the 2 growth areas. And then we will carry that input forward to the City Council, their hearings to review the alternatives workbook and create their preferred land use alternative are currently scheduled for November. Those are the next steps. We do have details forthcoming about the times and locations of all of these meetings, as well as the City Council meetings once those are scheduled. So please continue to check the VacavilleGeneralPlan.org website. We are continuing to make modifications and adjustments to the website to make it as engaging and as transparent as possible for folks to use. So it's a great resource for information and updates, and I hope you'll visit it. So for each of you, I just want to thank you again for your time, and I want to encourage you to let at least 5 of your friends and neighbors know about the community workshop on Saturday, August 20th, and encourage them to show up. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to tell my wife and see whether I can. No, I can't get her. Yeah. I'm sorry?
Kidnapping.
Yeah, I guess if it works.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Excuse me. I've got a comment, and I don't know whether anybody else has any comments. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank our consultants. I want to thank the city staff. You know, I think this was a great meeting. I think it was put together very well. The folks that backed up, the folks that were here, you know, with comments and questions. And I want to thank the committee members as well. There's been times when, for some of these meetings, you go home and you say, my God, we didn't accomplish anything. You know, we didn't do anything, and you can't see a tangible result. And I know we put in almost 5 hours tonight, but I thought there were great comments, and I thought it was a really good meeting. And, you know, I think I'll go home and I'll sleep pretty well. And I think we all did a great job tonight, you know, so I appreciate it. I appreciate it from everyone. Any other committee comments? All right, my last comment is good night. Then thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you.